Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamos Report. I'm your host, Afridamos, and I want to welcome all of you in today's show. Ty Megar, Jamin Jai, and all the other people that I haven't mentioned personally, but you are all welcome to the Afridamos Report. If you missed out on yesterday's live stream, we went on for over 6 hours. So I put it in private so I can edit it slowly and drip it to you guys so you can watch it in a manageable time, because I know not everyone's gonna have the time to watch a 6-hour show. But moving on to today's show, today's show is a debate video from a couple years ago. I watched this debate live, and I've always had the intention to analyze it because I've seen a lot of important points that are pertaining to especially yesterday's show that I had. You see, this is a debate between a guy named Tariq Nasheed and Jared Taylor. Tariq Nasheed is a so-called black, power guy, quote unquote founder of the FBA movement, because they had a lady named Yvette Carnell and a guy named Tone Talks. They were the ones that came up with that ADOS acronym that you guys hear about, meaning American Descendants of Slavery, which to me is weird because when I don't know who would always tout and hold on to slavery, but hey, that's beyond me. But now Tariq, he attached himself to these people because that's what he does. He reinvents himself. And something about this guy, he's a true capitalist. He knows how to reinvent himself. He's like a chameleon. And he looks at what the market wants, which is when he knows his audience. His audience is the black audience. And majority of the black audience, they could care less about what the truth is, but as long as you tell them what they want to hear, what's going to make them feel good, then that's okay. So these days his talks are based on talking down on quote unquote African immigrants in the United States, which, by the way, African immigrants are no different than Chinese, Japanese, other people that are in this country. Everyone follows, the Constitution of the United States and follow the laws. No one brought anyone here, you see, but you are going to see everything that you guys have been hearing, how people come, they say, oh, us blacks were the ones that brought Africans here, is because of us. Now you guys are going to learn the truth. You're going to find out, who does America really belong to? Who built America? Who owns America? Who allows people to come to America? You see, if you want to get honesty out of a black person in America, put them in front of a white person. Put them in front of a white person, because you see, they can lie to other blacks, they can lie to other black groups, because there's no consequences for lying to other blacks. So, and also you can tell feel-good story. Most blacks, all over the world, this is not just in America, are intellectually lazy. They are not going to find out what the truth is. As long as one black person says it and he said the things that they want to hear, they will just roll with that. And whether it's true or not, but that's what they enjoy hearing, they're going to go back and repeat it. But in this quote unquote debate, I don't know if I would even call this a debate, but Tariq Nasheed, like I said, most black people listen to him. Everything he says is gospel to them. Nobody can challenge him. You know how, like over here at the Afridamus Report, someone can come here and challenge me, disagree with me. No problem. We can agree to disagree, go back and forth. I wouldn't call you names. I wouldn't pick on you whatsoever. You notice with the blacks, that's not the case. There is no actual debate. If you disagree, they would start calling you names. They would, heckle you, a whole bunch of childish, immature things that goes on. This is why I say, if you want to get the truth from blacks, put them in front of white people. That's when you would get the honest truth, because they're not going to be heckling white people. They're not going to be doing all that silly stuff they do with each other or other black groups, or saying, oh, we brought Africans here. They're not going to be saying all that crap, because they know white people are not going to put up with that. White people are going to laugh in their face. So in this debate, quote unquote, today you're going to find out, because Tariq likes to talk big, right? Let's find out if he's going to be talking big, in front of the white man. He's about the debate. The debate is about whether America is a white supremacist country. So Tariq said America is a white supremacist country, and Jared Taylor's position is no, it isn't. So to even think about America being quote unquote white supremacist country, that means deep in your mind, you believe that certain individuals are superior to you. So this is why you, as an African, for instance, you don't have this mindset that anyone is superior to you. So when they come to you and try to convince you, oh, there's white supremacy, and you're like, what is it? I don't see it. They get upset at you. So when somebody cannot explain their position to you, but rather resorting to just being mad at you for you not seeing it, that means they don't have a real position. It's just in their head, and they are hoping that this would be in your head as well. That's why you would hear most black people, they will say to you, oh, you don't know our struggle. Okay, fine. If somebody don't know what your struggle is, articulate what your struggle is. Tell me what your struggle is. If you ask those questions, they would get mad at you. They will call you names, coons, and all this. You're like, wait a minute. Okay, you said you have a struggle. You're telling me I don't know what your struggle is. But they would say, our struggle. You're like, okay, but I don't have the struggle, right? So I'm about to play this video. I'll analyze it as we go. I will stop in between, and this video is amazing, people. This guy makes a big fool of himself. And by the way, just so you know, this Tariq Nasheed, he's a representation of most other black people, because a lot of the talking points that you hear black people, this FBA quote unquote, because he's the leader, right? They are repeating what he is saying. Nobody is digging deep into it. They are just repeating what he's saying, Whatever he says, they go back and say that to you without even thinking twice about it. But in front of the white man, Tariq's true, BS and lack of knowledge is going to be shown. He's definitely a race hustler. He knows how to reach his audience. He knows how to make them feel good, just to hear the good stuff. But I don't want to keep you waiting. We would get right into the debate. But before we do, you guys know it's tradition here. I got to play the Pan-Africanist Church music. So I'm about to do that, and then we'll go right into this debate. And I use that word lightly because this is not a debate, it is a beat down. Okay? It is a beat down. There's not going to be any heckling here or calling the guy, oh, you a cracker or you a this, because they are truly afraid of them. Okay? So I'm about to do that right now. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to keep you waiting. We'll get right into it. St. James, welcome to the show. So, this is the quote unquote debate between Tariq Nasheed and Jared Taylor. And they're going to cover lots of topics that you guys are going to be familiar with if you're someone who watches the Afridamus report. So a lot of things that were in the darkness for you, because some of you might think I'm just making these things up. People think it's my imagination. Like, if it's my imagination, then I have the greatest imagination ever in the world. But it isn't. You're going to see this for yourself. You want to get a black person to be honest? Put them in front of a white person. For sure. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, give me a second here.
Country. Go ahead,
Yes.
Tariq.
Yes. So the topic is America a white supremacist country? Not only is America a white supremacist country, we live in a complete white supremacist world. The whole entire planet is completely dominated in all areas of activity by systematic white supremacy. Not only is white supremacy a system, white supremacy is a religion, and I'm going to prove that on today's show. And in a religion, there has to be a God, there has to be a devil. White people who believe in white supremacy have made themselves into the gods. Black people are the devil, and there is no beginning and or end to this system of mistreatment of black people. It's a boogeyman concept. In horror movies, you have the boogeyman like Freddy Krueger, like Jason, like Michael Myers. And what makes these movies turn into franchises is that you don't know the origin of these monsters and you don't know how to get rid of the monsters. And that way you can scare people into perpetuity. The white supremacists have done this with systematic racism. Black people are the boogeyman. I'm going to scare you. Give me money for the next religious service. So that's what I'm going to prove today, that white supremacy is a complete global system that dominates all areas of activity.
All right.
dominates the world, I suppose that means that white supremacy dominates Japan and Korea, China, all of these countries that are being extremely successful and are better than white countries in export balances, in the kinds of standard of living that they're achieving. Seems to me it's a pretty ineffective white supremacy if it's permitting these non-white countries to advance faster than white countries are. At the same time, in the United States, it seems to me that if it is a white supremacist country, it's one in which it is organized strictly for the benefit of whites so that they can dominate and rule over people of other races. I would assume that that's what's meant by white supremacy. Under those circumstances, it seems to me quite contradictory that we have an immigration policy that is reducing whites to a minority. It's difficult to me to understand why whites, if they really want to dominate, they are prepared to reduce themselves to a minority in which they have less influence, less power, less ability to make the country reflect their own character. Also, in a white supremacist society, presumably whites would be on top in all fields. Why is it that Asians have a higher per capita income, much more likely to get into an elite school? Why do even Hispanics, for example, have a higher life expectancy than whites? There are many, many respects in which the United States is not organized in a way that gives power to whites or that results in whites being on top of everybody else. All of these things would be completely impossible if the United States really were organized in a white supremacist way.
Okay, let me address all those things.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the beginning introduction for both men. So Tariq said America is a white supremacist country and he's going to prove this to us. Jared Taylor came, he gave answers that are completely based in truth. If you live in the United States, you open your eyes, you would clearly see everything that he said. Yes, Asians do make a lot of money here. They enter elite schools. You know, Hispanics are dominating certain areas. You know, a whole host of different people are dominating here in America. And these are not white people. But now let's see how Tariq is going to respond to this.
Unison. First, you said if we were in a white supremacist world, places in Asia like Japan, China, and Korea would not be doing better than white supremacist nations. Understand, China, Korea, Japan, and all the Asian nations are completely dependent and under the subjugation of white supremacy. There was an old saying in the United States, you don't have a Chinaman's chance in hell. They are allowed to thrive by white supremacists. They can stop them from thriving at the drop of a hat. As a matter of fact, speaking of Japan, they blew up Japan at one point and then helped them get rebuilt back together. So the white supremacists dominate those Asian nations. Let's talk about Korea. We're talking about blowing up Korea right now because Korea is not playing ball, so to speak, and they just put trade sanctions on North Korea. So they can put sanctions on countries, they can blow up countries, they can do anything they want to countries, could create computer glitches, do anything they want to destroy these nations anytime they feel. They let them thrive, and the operative term is let.
So, you notice Tariq is not already speaking in facts. He's doing the Hotep Bible, things that are not based in reality. We all know for a fact white countries cannot get North Korea to do what they want them to do. Okay? These countries that he's referring to are independent of white people. You know, they have their own economy. They do what they want. Yes, of course, like they've been saying, they are sanctioning North Korea. But did that work? Did that stop them from doing what they want? Obviously not. You know, no one can stop them because they have nukes. They can't stop them. So what he's saying is a Hotep Bible, but let's allow him to keep going on.
Here in America, for a long time, Asians were looked down upon. Then all of a sudden, when they had the civil rights movement in the 1960s, Asians became the model minority because white supremacists elevated the Asians to undercut any type of black progress. So any progress that an Asian nation is doing, they are allowed to. Asians, as a matter of fact, some Asians have been looked at as honorary Nazis by Hitler. He looked at some of them as honorary Nazis. So again, the operative word is allow.
Gracious. So China is advancing, or Japan has done well, simply because the white nations, I assume you mean the United States, or are Germany, Sweden, Denmark, we're all in it together to let China progress? We're all in it together to let Korea and Japan progress? Or is it just the United States? Are we the top dog, or do we have to consult with anybody else in order to let the Chinese go on to eventually become a larger economy than ourselves?
Well, we know that China was still dominated and it was colonized by Britain until fairly recently, the economic hub of China.
19th century.
Yeah.
19th century, talking about the opium war. I'm talking about now.
Sir, we're talking about, sir, like in the 90s.
You guys know this. Again, like yesterday when I was talking with Two Niger, this black talk, they cannot focus on what is happening today. For some reason, they just want to deviate from their own reality, what is happening like right now. They have to say what used to be. Yes, China was once, like Hong Kong was colonized by the British, Manchuria and some parts of China, they were dominated and colonized by the Japanese. That's what used to. But we are talking about today, and Jared Taylor is right. So are you saying that if white supremacists are so superior, why would they want China? They would allow China to develop to a point to compete against them. It's not that they're allowing them. It's their own effort. Nobody is stopping them. They remember what happened to them, and they are not about to allow that to happen again. So you guys are going to see how this Jared Taylor is going to completely, debunk Tariq's Hotep Babel. He's not basing things in facts. He's just repeating talking points that he is used to saying, but these are not based in facts. Your feelings, or what you think should, or what you think is happening, those are two different things from reality. China is doing it. It's not because white people are allowing them. We all hear all the time how they're trying to stop them, but they cannot stop them. They have to keep moving. So that argument is out the door.
Britain just really got their stronghold out of China. So when I talk about white supremacy, I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm having, I can't hear nothing. Hold on.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. I was looking at the playback. Okay.
No worries. Go ahead.
Okay. But like I said, Britain just got their foothold out of China directly. They were directly colonizing, and they still do.
African parasite, you're absolutely right. He's basically calling white people gods. And Audrey, you said I should agree with Tariq just because he's black. The guy talks lots of nonsense. I don't agree or disagree with somebody based in skin color. Again, this is not about making your feelings right or whatsoever. This is the fact of the world. We are all seeing it. Maybe this is the reason why black people are behind every other group, because even if a black person is saying something that is silly, that is detrimental to black people, you just got to support him because he is black. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Are you serious right now? This man is literally the one elevating white people to the status of God. Even the people that are doing it for themselves, he is saying it is white people that are allowing this to happen. Do you guys understand how psychologically demoralizing that is? That means you've elevated white people above not only you, but above everyone else to a godly status. But I'm the one that's wrong for not accepting that, another human group, another human being is above me. Other humans, are not superior to me. I'm the one with the problem. Amazing.
Economic, they still control the economics, the trade, all of that is being, because they control the trade. They can put trade sanctions on any of these Chinese, Asian, any of these nations. The white supremacists control directly and indirectly. And the most indirect way they control nations is through trade sanctions. They're doing that to non-white nations all over the country.
Wait. Japan and China both have an enormous trade surplus with the United States and with Europe. They are out competing us on trade. We are just generously letting them sell more things to us. We are just generally letting them accumulate our assets. We're just generally letting them buy our own factories. This is all just some sort of deep white supremacist plan to make them look like they're controlling us when we're in fact actually controlling them.
Yes, you're controlling them, and the white supremacists are getting us.
Did you guys see how dumb this man just made Tariq to look? Because most black people are not thinking for themselves. Tariq is the one thinking for them. So you're telling me that, just think about it. If you have domination over somebody, because if it's financial, like, that's what the competition is. That's what it takes for you to be above them. You're supposed to be superior. Now, don't you think if you're superior over them, you would keep them below you? If you truly have the power, why would you let them surpass you? That is a good question. If you're above them, you want to dominate them, why would you, allow them to surpass you? That doesn't make sense. The Chinese are buying American companies. They are taking American jobs. You think Americans are like, oh yeah, we are superior, so therefore just, take the things from us that quote unquote made us superior over you. Now, that doesn't make sense. But there are black people who are buying into this because they look at whites as gods. White people are not the ones going around saying they are superior to blacks. Most whites are not even thinking about black people. But Tariq wants to perpetrate this, narrative to a point where even when he comes to quote unquote debate, where they are pointing out logic and facts to him, he would still try to find a way to argue it. How are you going to argue against that? If the thing that makes me dominant over you, now somebody else can compete with me on that. And if I don't have the power to stop them, am I superior over these people? But his argument is, oh, you allowing them. I wouldn't allow them to dominate me. But this is black logic for you. Let's keep going.
Stronghold over there in Asian countries. This is why many of you are over there, especially you white extremists. This is why so many of you are having relationships with the Asian women. You guys you look at some of the big top white supremacist corporation owners, many of these guys, the Rupert Murdochs, all of these people are tied in with these Asians and Eurasians. Look at Trump. Trump has a Eurasian. So there's always been that connection. You allow them to thrive, and you can stop it at any time you want to.
Really?
Oh,
you
yeah.
mean, how would the United States stop China from increasing its economy? How would we do that?
Well, you can just put trade sanctions on them. You can stop them by putting trade sanctions on them, or you can just blow them up.
Look, we have tried to put trade sanctions on North Korea, which is a tiny, small economy, and they still don't do what we want them to do. They have continued to develop their nuclear weapons. If North Korea, which is a tiny, insignificant country, can thumb its nose at the United States and continue developing nuclear weapons, despite our telling them not to, it seems to me we have a very, very feeble white supremacist world order.
No, you don't, because they're making threats against North Korea now. They're talking about blowing that place.
Do you guys see how dumb Tariq sounds? The man is absolutely right. This is not a secret to anybody unless if you were hiding under the rock. We've all heard for many, many, many years now. They've put sanction upon sanction on North Korea. They can get them to do what they want them to do. They continue doing whatever they want. And he's right. It's a tiny country, tiny insignificant country compared to the United States. But the United States cannot get them to do what they want them to do. So let's hear how Tariq is going to tackle this, because this doesn't sound like the whites are superior, because if they were, they would be able to stop North Korea. But North Korea is doing whatever they want. They are not allowing anyone into their countries, and they are testing their missiles despite being told they cannot test it. They keep doing it. So obviously the whites are not superior to them. You're the only one that's thinking whites are superior, but the North Koreans don't.
Place up when the economic sanctions don't work. The white supremacists will just go blow the country up. The white supremacists have two tactics. They have deception and they have violence. And when deception doesn't work, they have no problem going in there with the jackals, the CIA, whoever, to take the people out. That's the MO of the white supremacists, and they've done that consistently throughout history.
Okay, and if the Chinese don't play ball with us, if the Chinese decide that they want to take the Spratly Islands, or they want to take the Senkaku Islands from somebody that we think ought to have them, then we're just going to blow them up too because we're white supremacists?
Because the Chinese and many of the Asian countries are playing ball. They are playing ball. They're doing what they're told. And the minute they stop doing what they're told, like North Korea.
Do you guys hear how idiotic Tariq sounds? Does he realize other countries that the United States can get them to do the things they want them to do? It has nothing to do with skin color. It's because they have the military power and nukes. This is why Jerry Taylor had a smirk on his face. This idiot is sitting there. How can United States flex their muscles on China when China has nukes too? These people are completely oblivious to reality. People are scared. Other countries are scared of the United States because they have nukes and they don't have it. If you have a Glock 9 and I don't have a Glock 9, I have nothing. You can threaten me because I cannot respond because you have that. But the day I acquire one too, you would no longer be able to threaten me. If you have bombs, I don't have bombs. You will be able to get me to do what you want me to do. But the day that I acquire bombs, you cannot tell me anything. If you tell me to do something, I will give you the middle finger. Because if you use your bomb, I can use mine too. This guy is an idiot. United States cannot just get up and pounce on China because China has nukes, just like Russia. But since they think white people are gods, they believe otherwise. North Korea is able to stand up to the United States and other countries because they have nukes. That's the only thing stopping them from going after them. That's it. You think if Saddam Hussein had nukes, they would have attacked him? They would have never attacked him because he has nukes. He has the same thing they have. That's just common sense. You would fight the person that you know for sure you can beat up. If you can beat up the person, you're not going to attack them. That's just common sense. But the blacks think white people are gods. So therefore, he has to keep pushing that narrative. Let's keep going.
all of a sudden we see the trade sanctions and we see the nuclear threats and we see the little rocket man talk.
Well,
So-
I'm fascinated to learn that by trade sanctions, we can control nations that actually have a huge trade surplus with us. That would be a new one for all the economies.
They have a trade surplus with us because we allow, well, not we, the white supremacists who run the country allowed it. That's why they have a trade surplus.
No, I see, because we permit them to do this, even though it means that some of our businesses go out, all of our jobs get exported to China. We must think that's a great thing. If our manufacturing jobs disappear to China, we must think that's a wonderful thing because we're stupid white supremacists.
Look, a lot of the white supremacists are not that smart, but the main ones are. And I've always said this: the white supremacists are hands down the most.
Guys, can you guys even believe this is who thousands and thousands of black people follow and listen to? This is why, like, when you're talking to most that listen to them, it's like they live in an alternative reality. Like the way they speak, it's almost, you're like, are these people children? Where are these people getting their news from? Well, now you see. So the rest of the world, smart people who understand how the dynamics of the world works, understand that it's about military power. Okay? Because why would the United States want North Korea to have nuclear weapons? Let's just ask that question. If white supremacists, their job is to dominate other people, and if these people get nukes, I can no longer dominate them. Why would you let them? You wouldn't let them. Even African countries, if they can develop their own nukes, you would see things would change right away. No one would come and tell them what to do. At the end of the day, it's about the military. Bottom line. The day you acquire that nuke, the power shifts. Because first, you're going to pretend to be nice and say, hey, don't do this. You think the countries that comply, they want to comply because these people are white? No, that's not the reason, because they know this, they can come and whoop them, plain and simple. But you look at North Korea or China, United States tell them something, they give them the middle finger. Nothing comes out of it because they can fight back. So black people have to lay down because they cannot fight back. They have to cry. They have to hope they feel sorry for them. That's it. So now they think that's the relationship white people have with all these other people he's talking about. You see, even it slipped out of his mouth. He said, we. He's talking about United States. This guy is even trying to remove blacks from being American citizens, but it keeps slipping out. We, because you are part of the American citizenry, which is the fact. But he's gonna try to argue something that doesn't make sense. That's why he's laughing. That's why he's laughing, because he knows this is silly. Look at the white man is treating him with kid glove. Wait till they get to immigration. You are gonna die laughing, and it's going to debunk all those silly people that come here. You hear them say it is them, the blacks, who allowed other people to come here. First of all, how are you gonna allow people to come here when you yourself is saying you don't even consider yourself American. You don't have a say-so in America. So that completely debunks everything they say. But let's allow this man to continue making a fool of himself. Because you see, they don't have understanding of international politics. They think everywhere else is like the United States. They think everybody looks at white people the way they do. not understanding that's not how things are in reality.
Most smartest people on the planet. And smart doesn't have to do with IQ. You can be deceptively smart, and they're smart enough to use deception.
Now, so you said something earlier that I found quite fascinating. You said that at some point when the Black Civil Rights Movement was making progress, that was when white people decided to elevate the Chinese and the Japanese, elevate the Asians, and make them into a model minority, which they would not have been if we had not let them. So in effect, we tricked them into being more successful and smarter than we are, while at the same time we have tricked Black people into being less successful and less smart than we are. Is that what white supremacists have done?
Wait, 1 second. Wait, can you guys hear me? I'm on my end. Hold on 1 second.
We can hear you fine.
Yeah.
Hey, that's funny. You see, he asked him a really good question that people always gotta ask, because you see, other Black people cannot have this conversation with other Blacks, because the moment you ask them, they're gonna pretend to start screaming and losing it, acting all emotional, right? But you see, in front of the white man, if this was a Black person that asked him, he would be like, man, what are you, a coon? What are you, all this stuff? What, you're a buck that needs to be broken or whatever, But now the white man asked him a real question. So you're saying they, white people are so powerful, they tricked the Asians, the Chinese and other people to be successful. They tricked them to be successful. But then they tricked the Blacks not to be successful. Now, all of a sudden, he's like, oh, wait, I can hear you, but you guys can see. Everyone can hear him loud and clear. Loud and clear.
We can hear you.
Okay, because I'm streaming this on my thing, and they're saying there's audio static. Oh, my goodness.
No worries, no worries.
All right, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Might have setting area. Okay, I'm talking to the audience. I'm trying to see if they can't hear. Sound like that. Okay. They can barely hear. Hold on 1 second. Y'all bear with me 1 second, guys.
No worries, no worries. Take your time.
I want to address what Tariq was saying.
Guys, isn't this funny? Why is he pretending like? Why is he pretending? He doesn't want to answer this question because he knows he spends the time lying to Black people.
Well,
making them feel like these white people
in the chat room. How was that? Was she there from? Okay.
Tariq, are you googling the answers right now?
No, I'm streaming live, and the people saying they can't hear me, so I can't stream live. I just have to use, I have to download it. So I got to stop streaming live on my end. So I'm not googling anything, but let me stop streaming.
No, I'm just joking with you. Yeah, no,
I'm gonna have to stop.
Okay. You have permission. Yeah, you have permission. You can use this video on your channel. You can mirror it or whatever you need to do.
Okay. All right. Let me just do this.
All right. Let's get back into it. Let's get going.
Guys, you guys see how the white people operate? So patient, and they would make it easy for you and lay out and say, hey man, we'll even provide the video for you just to make it happen. See, this is what they would call white supremacy, because in the mind of the Black person, they are supposed to pull tricks that would make the things fail. When in reality, in life, all you gotta do is, believe in yourself and do what you gotta do. Whatever your focus is, you just go, follow that, and you can get whatever you want. No one can stop you, because even if people try to, that's their job. If that's their job, now, are they stronger than you? You have to make sure they don't succeed in that endeavor. But if you're crying that people are stopping you, all other people are hearing is you're saying you're weak. That's it. You're weak. That's why I don't do that group thing. Like yesterday when the conversation we were having to Niger saying, oh, we, I kept asking, who is we? Who is we? Oh, say, oh, you mean you can travel and the other Africans can't? How do you feel about that? I feel nothing about it. This is what I want to do, and I'm doing that. So those people, I'm not worried about what they want to do with their lives. You know, whether they're black, white, Chinese, or whatever. People are free to do what they want to do with their lives, plain and simple. You cannot look at someone else and think you can be like them. You can only live your own life. You cannot live someone else's life. Because once you start doing that, you're going to suffer, because that means you're going to compare yourself to those people. You know, you're going to think you want what they want. You know, like, you guys know how we all have different shoe size. Try, if your foot size is size 11, try putting your foot in a size 8. No matter how nice the shoes is, try that and see how it's going to go. It's not going to go well. So that's how life is. We are all unique in our own ways. No two people are the same. But this narrative that, talking about community, we, blah, 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 it's all a farce. And this argument that Tariq is doing, in his head, he is defending his hustle. That's why now all of a sudden he can't hear. Can you hear me? And as you guys can hear, the audio is great. Even the audio is greater than when he first started, in my opinion. But let's see if he's going to fix it.
Let me repeat my question here.
No, go ahead, brother.
You said something about how when the Black civil rights movement got going, then the white supremacists, so we white supremacists, decided that we were going to elevate the Asians into a model minority. And I suppose they would not have been a model minority unless that we had permitted them to. So we more or less tricked or browbeated or somehow made them into a group that has a lower crime rate than whites, lower illegitimacy rates than whites, more successful academically than whites. We tricked them into that. Whereas in the case of Black people, we tricked them into having a higher crime rate and a higher illegitimacy rate and a higher poverty rate. Does that pretty much summarize your view?
Well, the thing is, Jared, even before the civil rights movement, the Asians had a low crime rate and Black people had a low crime rate, but you still had the yellow peril. You still dominated and mistreated them and used coded language and not so coded language to disparage them openly.
Wait, I want to get back to this model minority stuff.
That's where I'm going with it. That's where I'm going with it. Before they were the model minorities, the crime rate was low with people of Asian descent. They weren't committing crimes. They didn't have.
Hey, you guys can see clearly, right? The whole time Tariq was pretending to use the microphone in front of him. He was pretending. He's not using the mic. The mic is not even working. He's using his laptop. Okay? Because if he was using the microphone, you see in the beginning, he had on the headphone pretending. Then, if he removed the headphone from the mic, how is he able to hear them? The mic is there for aesthetics. Like right now, I'm talking to you guys. Yes, if I talk through the mic alone, you'll be able to hear me. But if I remove the connection to the headphone right now, I can talk, but I won't be able to hear the video, or if somebody communicates to me, I won't be able to. So he is full of it. That's just for aesthetic, just to give FYI. So now this is a great question. You are saying white people are so superior. They tricked Asians into even doing better than the white people themselves. This is true. The Asians have lowest crime. They have lowest illegitimacy, meaning, having babies out of wedlock, they get married, they have families intact, they are doing well, even better than the white people. So how can white people trick these people into being so good, even better than them? This is the thing. You can't give somebody that you can't give them what you don't have. How would white people know to give them, to trick them to do this, if white people themselves don't know how to get their people to behave this way? So Tariq is now trying to blame Everything on white people, even the illegitimacy. Now it is white people convincing black people to just go have sex, recklessly and just make babies. This is this is the argument he's about to do. He's about to also make the argument it is white people that convince blacks to, commit crimes. People, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. How can you change, if you can't even, take accountability for your own behavior? But he doesn't care. He wants to maintain his following. The things he is saying, he doesn't believe in them. Because Tariq doesn't live in the ghetto, just in case you guys don't know. He lives in a gated white community. You look at all majority, what black person do you know that, when they make it, they continue living in the ghetto around other black people? The first thing black people do when they make it is to get far away from other black people, because they know what will happen if they stick around. You even see the ones that go back and visit. We've heard stories. We've seen people who try to even change the ghetto where they're from. People like Nipsey Hussle. We see what happened to him. Killed. Rapper named Extension, young guy. He didn't live in the ghetto, but he went back to visit his ghetto, his hood where he was from. Killed. This is the story. And I don't blame the blacks who make it and move far away from the ghetto, because there's nothing good that's going to happen for them. This is why they leave. So Tariq himself doesn't live in the ghetto. He doesn't have a ghetto wife. He has a mix, lady as his wife, whose mama is white. The mama is there. Her name is Peanut. He didn't find him a LaQuisha or a Bonifa. That's not what is happening. But he's gonna big up, LaQuisha and Bonifa so they can donate to him, so he can take that money to Peanut and her mama. So, black people, you gotta know when somebody's pulling your leg. I know sometimes you want to hold on to lies, but that's not gonna help you.
Out of wedlock babies, they were just doing their thing. Nothing changed with them. Nothing changed with them after the civil rights movement, other than the white supremacists wanted to use them to undercut black society. Nothing changed.
Well, but then we used them to undercut black society, but in a way that in effect undercuts white society, because Asians are now, they have a higher income than whites, more likely to get into elite schools, and they have, as I say, less likely to be in jail. In other words, we have created a model minority that is even more successful than the white supremacists. Again, this sounds like very stupid white supremacy to me.
That's not true. They're not more successful than the white supremacists.
Not more successful.
They're not more successful at all. Look at all the major corporations in America. Who owns?
They are.
Who's running law enforcement? They don't run all the major corporations. The Japanese are allowed to do anything they're allowed to do. The white supremacists allow them to. They're not successful or more successful as people who believe in white supremacy, because the people who believe in white supremacy still control the resources.
The Asians have higher per capita income by far. Indian Americans, for example, have a much higher per capita income than white Americans. Chinese, Japanese.
Everything this man is saying is proven. You could see it. In this state where I live, the area where I'm staying at, he's right. There's tons of Asians here making lots and lots of money. Indians from India, because this is a tech hub here. They are making so much money, more money than the white people. Are you saying the white people are the ones allowing them to do this? Don't you think the white people would love to want to make this money for themselves? This is even a silly argument for somebody to even make.
Japanese, as I say, they're much more likely to get into elite schools, and there is nothing stopping. There is nothing. Look at Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is full of Asians who have these great programming jobs. They are extremely successful. Now, if 5% of the population, just let me finish, please. If 5% of the population does not yet have a dominant position in running Fortune 500 companies, that will just come in time, given the kinds of advantages that they now have. Again, this seems like a very, very nearsighted.
Hey guys, you can see in the chat, the victims are here. So they're saying they get loans, whatever. Like I had this conversation with a black person before. I was telling him I have my own business. This guy literally opened his mouth and said, "Oh yeah, white people help you all Africans and give you loans and stuff." I said, I didn't get a loan for my business. I worked, I saved my money, and I started it. So again, it goes to show they feel completely handicapped. They think everything anyone gets, it is white people that gave you that. Again, they don't think you can make it without white people giving it to you. They're like, oh, they're giving you a loan. Why would you think people that are working, in these jobs making over $200,000 a year, you think they are looking for loans from white people? But I bet you can't think that far, because you don't think people are making that much money. You're thinking, $10, $12 an hour. This is why you think someone should give you something. Like I had the conversation with the guy. I was like, where are they giving this money to people at? Because I didn't get the memo. Okay. You can work and save your money and actually buy the things you want. You don't have to look for a loan. But you guys can hear right there, these are the type of people that Tariq caters to. They are going to do whatever it takes not to take responsibility for their own action. They like saying, oh, what about generational? There are people who came here literally. When I came to America, I only came with a backpack. I had a couple of my favorite books in it. And that was that, and a couple $100. No white man came and gave me a loan. So if it's based in skin color, why would they give you loans? Loans are given based on your credit score. People that come here, especially Indians and other, people like us, we have to navigate, learn the, English. I mean, I already knew English before I came to America, but most of those people, they gotta learn English, learn the culture. Like, do you know how many people I've met in these colleges taking ESL classes? People start from ESL and then they make it all the way to bosses within a short time. But I guess that's white people giving that to them, right? While you're busy making excuses, other people are taking advantage of the opportunity. No one is sitting there thinking of white people. You're the only one doing that. No one is worried about them. But you guys see in the chat room, these are the people that he caters to. And when they hear reality, the truth, they can't accept it. It's like they are allergic to the truth. They have to somehow, make up excuses to justify their failures. That's just what it is.
And foolish white supremacist policy to build up a group that is being more successful than whites themselves.
They're not. I mean, just saying that they're more successful doesn't mean that they are more successful.
They have to be.
You allow them to thrive. And the minute they do something that you don't like, just like any other immigrant group, Hispanics, they were brought in to undercut Black society as well. Now that used as a political point. Now the Hispanics are bad. Now all of a sudden you're throwing people out of the country. So the key word is allowed. You can do anything to any immigrant group you want to because as white supremacists, that's what you do.
Wait, if we decided that the Asians were getting too big for their britches,
yes.
what would we do?
You would throw them out of America just like you're doing Hispanic groups, Muslim groups.
Wait. They're American citizens. We would strip them of citizenship and throw them out. Is that what we white supremacists would do?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh,
You guys know how you have some of the idiots that come here and try to challenge my American citizenship. You guys heard the white man, what he said. They're not just going to come and strip you of your citizenship. It is the silly people who don't know the Constitution of the United States, thinking that because white people respect their own constitution, okay? They respect their own constitution. And these people talking about banks, do you know how hard it is? Why would a bank give somebody who's just starting a business that they don't know how it's going to go, whether they're white, black, or blue? Why would they give you their money? Do you guys know how stupid that sounds? Why would they don't know how you're going to do. Banks are in the business of making money. That's what they're in there for. They don't, it's not based on who they like or who they don't like. You know, why would if I'm in the business of making money, no matter how much I like you, why would I put myself in a position with you where I'm not going to make money? Hey, I can just like you without putting myself in that situation. But I guess for most of these people, logic isn't their strongest suit.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
I mean, black people are technically citizens, but the Constitution is completely violated when it comes to black people. They violate every statute of the Constitution when it comes to black people, and we're citizens. The Constitution, citizenship means nothing in a system of white supremacy.
Okay, how is the citizenship of black people violated daily? How is every, for example,
people, you're gonna like this part here. Let's listen closely. Did you guys hear? Now, apparently, a job is a loan. So you go, you provide a service at a place, in which, by the way, now, you know, gratefully, you know, I use the American innovation. I'm employing people, you know, I am an employer, by the way, despite them thinking it's white people that gave me a job. In the past, yes, white people have given me a job, and I'm very grateful for that. And then I became, to show my gratitude to myself and the country, you know, as a smart, intelligent man, instead of continuing to work for other people, I created my own company and hire people. But these people, I'm not giving them loans. I hired them to do, you know, provide certain tasks, and they're doing it, they're getting paid. That is not a loan. I don't know where, you know, what school you went to, but, you know, you need to wake up before it's too late. I'm not here to beat down on you. I'm just showing how silly some of you people think. This is not, people don't look at white people as gods like you do. They are just human beings. I don't believe any human being is above me or below me. People are people. Okay? People are people. So if you believe white people are above you, you're the one with the issue. You're the one with the problem. You should take a good look at yourself. You need God in your life. Maybe you should try God, believing in God. That would help you not believe that other humans are better than you. See, when God is not in your life, you didn't grow up with God, the only thing that's left is anger. No structured family. That is a problem. You guys can see what lack of godliness looks like. It makes you suffer from anxiety, depression, lack of confidence, just, being an empty shell, always going out there looking for answers from other humans because you are so much focused on the flesh instead of the spirit. So these are the type of people that Tariq reaches. That's why they cannot take responsibility. They have to find a way to justify their failures. And the white man is the boogeyman. So if you feel like white man is your God, please, don't try to pretend. Just let us know. Just let us know. Plain and simple.
How is the separation of powers in the Constitution violating the citizenship of black people?
Oh my God! The Second Amendment, Philando Castile, he was legally owned a gun, got his brains.
No, I'm talking about the separate. You said every single article.
I'm just giving you an example of. I can go down all the statutes: the 8th Amendment, the 13th and 14th Amendment. We don't get equal protection under the law. Black people can get legally murdered by a white supremacist race soldier, and nothing is going to happen. The Constitution does not protect us. So the Constitution is toilet paper to white supremacists. Your boy Richard Spencer even said, "I don't care nothing about the Constitution. I care about survival."
Again, how does the separation of powers oppress black people? You said every aspect of the U.S. Constitution oppresses black people. How does the fact that the president has to be 35 years old, how does that oppress black people? How is it that the citizenship of black people is ignored by every aspect of the Constitution?
You play the word game. I didn't say that. I said it doesn't protect black people. I didn't say the Constitution oppresses. White supremacy oppresses all non-whites. The Constitution doesn't protect black people. Watch the words, Jared. Let's watch the words. I'm very clear about the words I use, sir.
Not clear to me, but you seem to think. So let me get.
You guys know this. Tariq is about he's putting his own foot in his mouth. He said the Constitution doesn't protect black people. I'm black, and I know many other black people here. They are protected by the Constitution. Are you saying someone can just walk up to a black person and shoot them? Are you saying black people don't have freedom of speech? Are you saying black people don't have the right to bear arms? Are you saying, like, what? This doesn't even make sense. But I guarantee you, some of them, like the one saying, "Oh, you don't know anything about the United States." It seems like I know a whole lot more than you do, because if you believe in this Hotep Bible, you don't know the United States. But people with sense know exactly what I'm talking about. They know what the truth is. And even if people don't live in America, they see how black people express themselves on YouTube every single day. Okay? If you want to see where people don't have freedom of speech, try visiting, some Middle Eastern countries or some African countries, or even China. Have you seen any North Korean doing live streams like we're doing here? Those people don't have freedom of speech. Those people don't have rights. In America, people have way too much rights if you compare it around the world. Americans have more right of any stripes, probably even than most European countries. So what are you talking about?
Something else straight.
Yes, sir.
We white supremacists brought Asians in to undercut black people, right?
Yes, you did.
Now, why did we want to do that? Why did we want to bring in yet another group, unlike ourselves, who is increasing in numbers, who is electing people like themselves to the Senate, got people like themselves on the Supreme Court? Why did we bring yet another group that is different from us? And what did we achieve in terms of oppressing black people by bringing these Hispanics in?
Well, you classified Hispanics as white. 95% of Hispanics are classified as white because all white Anglo numbers are declining. They've been declining for years, and you need other groups to help boost your numbers. So Asians are the reserve white people now, because Hispanics, many Hispanics are classified as white to boost up the numbers for people classified as white. So you always bring in these different groups to boost up the numbers.
So do you guys understand what this idiot is arguing? You know, comfortable as if that makes sense. So for instance, right? Let's say, you know, in Gambia, maybe in a Soninke, our tribe is a minority group. So to boost our numbers, we would go import other people and pretend, even though that's not what they are, to pretend that this is who they are. You know, they are part of us. As if that makes sense. This is what, but he would make this argument to black people that follow him, and to them, this is logical. Like, people, think about this for a minute. A group of people that would think this makes sense, what else would they believe in? Why would somebody go bring other people who are completely different from them to pretend that those people are the same as them? As if people are not going to be people. This is funny. This is funny and ridiculous at the same time.
Wait. If we
sounds like
cared,
Asian supremacy to me, right?
if we cared about the number of white people, why didn't we bring in more white people? Wouldn't that be the obvious thing to do, rather than bringing in people who are obviously not white?
Well, the thing is, classify a white person. What makes a white person white genetically?
That's very easy to look. Just look at the DNA. The DNA of white people says that they are from Europe. The DNA of most Hispanics says that they are largely from Latin America. They're Amerindians. No, white people, I don't think you have any difficulty distinguishing a white person from an American Indian, do you? White people are obviously white.
Well,
and if we wanted more white
Irish
people,
weren't considered white when they first came over. The Irish weren't considered white until the late 1800s.
Tariq is being silly. I've never come across a Mexican, you know, that I'm or Nicaraguan and confuse them, you know, to be white. Okay? Even though, like Mexico City, they have some who are European looking because the Spanish were there. But the ones that come here, you know, like, you know, the difference between a white person and a Hispanic person. This guy is just talking silly now. Seriously? Who sees a Guatemalan and confuse them with a white person in America? Is this guy serious right now? Well, let's continue.
So I just want to know what this white thing is. And you said it's from Europe, so it contradicts. There's a contradiction here. Italians weren't considered white really until the 1930s and 40s, sir. They weren't considered white. So
the idea that Irish were not considered white is a silly myth that has been circulated by people who should know. Now, let me finish. Wait. No. Let me finish.
White were not white. Okay.
Mr. Nasheed, let me finish.
Go ahead, Jerry. Okay.
The British hated and despised the Irish for a whole host of reasons, one being colonialism, one being the fact that they were Catholic. They did not like them and they did not want them coming into the United States, but no one would ever have suggested that they were some race other than white. Yes. The idea that some kind of magic, they suddenly became white.
They would say that the Irish were Simian. They would say that they were an ape-like race. If you look up Simian Irish, you would.
Guys, this is why it's hard to have real conversations with these quote-unquote blacks, because their perception of reality and what is real is completely different. For instance, a Shia Muslim and a Sunni Muslim, Shia would not want the Sunnis to dominate over them. They would even call them different names, but they would never say They are not Iraqis or Persians. They are all the same people. So Jared Taylor is right here, things that make sense. Who would look at an Irish person and say they are not white? Seriously. Who would look at an Irish or Scottish person and say they are not white? But Tariq is going to make his argument about this. Just like he just told us Hispanics are white, Asians are now white, that's new. But let's keep on going. I have never confused these groups to be white. I have plenty of Asian friends. In fact, my business partner is an Asian. Okay? I have never heard him refer to himself as white. They are not even the same people. But according to Tariq, these are white people.
Would see Irish looking like monkeys. They would say they were a whole other species. Look at the Notre Dame logo. It's a fighting Irish who has a simian-like face. They've always had that negative stereotype of the Irish. They were allowed to be white later on, just like Italians were allowed to be white later on.
And so you're telling me that pretty soon the Asians are going to be allowed to be white if it suits us.
Sir, according to the white supremacists, they determine who gets to be white and non-white. Asians weren't considered white. The Greek weren't considered white. There's a reason why they call Italians Guineas. Guinea is another code word for African. So they've always allowed certain groups to be white, and they would take their white status away and give it back when it.
If we really cared about maintaining a white majority, why do we let Africans into the country? Africans, according to your view, Africans are the devil people. Africans are the...
Guys, I want you to listen to this point, right? Remember how those people were coming here saying the blacks were the ones that allowed Africans to come here. But you heard the white man, quote unquote, the white supremacist. If they are so evil and white supremacists, he just asked him, why did we allow Africans to come here? Let's hear Tariq's answer. Let's see if he's going to tell this white man, no, it's not you guys that allow the Africans to come here. We, the blacks, we're the ones that fought to make this happen. Let's hear this part. Guys, I want you to listen to this part especially.
The whole reason for white supremacy. Africans are the only reason we ever care about Asians, because that's a way to put blacks down. The only reason we have anything to do with Hispanics is another way to put blacks down. Apparently, white supremacists are obsessed with black people and want to put them down. Why, in that case, have we admitted more immigrants from Africa than ever came to the United States in the slave trade?
There are not that many Africans that are allowed over here. I was just in Africa.
Why even one?
Because certain African people, and I'm going to tell you, when I was over in Africa, they are screened to the point where if they come over here, they're going to have to directly work with the white supremacists to undercut black people too.
Okay.
African people in America, did you guys hear this? If you've ever doubted how silly most of the argument he was presenting, talking about Asians and others, maybe you could say, okay, I don't know for sure. But now his argument is based on you. He's saying you're super screened and then you have to work with quote unquote white supremacy. That's his argument point. So this guy is this guy is amazing, right? This is the type of argument they bring to you. So he's saying you got to work with quote unquote white supremacists. So that's why you are here, because you're here to undercut the blacks, according to him. Even though most of you have never even lived in a black area, you've never been employed by blacks, because most employment places are created by white people, or other people. They employ you and the blacks at the same time. I've never heard one African say they were employed by a black company. So, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't know of any. I don't know of any. But you are here to undercut them.
Hey,
Supremacists bring in people, and they make sure that African immigrants do not hook up with African Americans. There were papers in the 1970s trying to prevent African Americans from linking up with people in Africa. Let's go back to the Marcus Garvey movement, back to the 1920s and the 1900s, when black people were trying to go back to Africa with the Marcus Garvey movement. They went in and undermined that as well. They've never wanted us to hook up with each other. So they will bring over African people as long as they don't hook up with us and do the bidding of white supremacists.
Oh, no, okay. Now let me get this straight.
Yes.
The white supremacists let in Africans after they have carefully screened them to make sure that they will cooperate in a white supremacist system of holding down and exploiting American-born blacks. Is that correct?
No. Didn't say all that.
Okay, yeah. School me on this.
They don't hook up with us and make sure they're on their P's and Q's. I was over there in Africa. They told me there's so many hoops they have to jump through to get over here. They have to change their names. They were telling me all types of horror stories. Yes, they were told.
Guys, did you guys hear what lies this guy is saying? So literally, he's saying that it is African people that it's telling them they got to change their names to come here. Just like yesterday, that one guy comes, he said, he met Africans that said they prefer having kings. This is the type of ridiculous lies they have to tell themselves. There is like everything, everybody is blocking them. The problem is everybody else except them. So you, the immigrant who knows nothing about this, you guys remember your interview? They're like, hey, do you pledge allegiance to promote white supremacy? You guys remember that? I don't remember it because it never happened. It never happened. But this is what they are telling themselves. This is what they are telling themselves. How can you be born and raised in a country, being there for generations, you know the culture, you know everything? Why would you be concerned with newly arriving immigrants? You should have more advantage than them. When people come here, what you don't realize, they have to go through hoops. If you don't have a work permit, you cannot just work. Even ID for some states, it's really difficult to get. Social security number. You are born right away. You have all this in this country. You've been living here. All you got to do is just go do what you got to do. You're not at equal footing with any immigrant of any color. You are way above them because in America, you don't have to worry about being permitted to work. You don't have to. But every immigrant of any color, they have to be permitted to work. They have to be. You can just roll into America and be like, oh yeah, I'm here. You know what? I'm going to work. No. But you can do that though. An immigrant can't. An immigrant has way more difficulties and obstacles in their way than you. Because you have to find a lot more. You have to, take care of all the roadblocks. You have to be given a document to be allowed to work in the country. You have to find ID, and you have to jump hoops to get these things. But you don't have to because you were born here. You were born here. But if you are looking at immigrants, you're focusing on them, you've completely failed at that point. You failed because you're trying to compete against people who are not even permitted to work. Are you serious right now? Wow.
That they shouldn't even use their African names if they can.
They don't use their African names? I've never heard. I mean, every Nigerian I know that lives here has an African name. Now, did they tell you that they were told, okay, we have this white supremacist system going here, and we're going to let you in only if you cooperate with our white supremacist system and hold the brothers down? Is that what they're told?
They didn't say all that. But the thing is, the reason why they would have to come over here anyway is because the white supremacists have destroyed their own nations over there. Understand?
Okay.
The reason why they would have to come over here is because all the resources are hoarded over here.
Okay, now all right.
And they try to get over there.
Okay, now I have another question for you. I have another question.
White supremacists are shooting them down in the...
Hey, you guys see Tariq himself, he's laughing. So first is they changed their names. We were brainwashed to, accept that, we're going to work with the white supremacists against him. So now the other argument is, we believe that, we're telling the Africans, I would assume, saying the white supremacists took their, their resources, they're bombing them. I don't know where he's getting information from. And he said, you got to change your name. I didn't change my name. Everyone else that I know didn't change their name. I haven't met any African yet who changed their name to Diamante or Rere or Pookie. I haven't seen it yet, but okay.
In the ocean. So
why is it?
Story about the white supremacists as well.
Why is it that we white supremacists are happy for the Asian countries to develop? Why are we happy for the Chinese to go over and help exploit Africa, but we don't want Africa to succeed? I mean, is this why do we care? What is it about us that? Yeah,
that's a great question.
Yeah, give me an answer.
White supremacy has a racial hierarchy.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. It's white on top. You might have the Asians on the next.
Yeah.
Arabs here.
Yeah.
Hispanic whites here. And blacks have always been on the bottom. Blacks got to be on the bottom because black people, we have the genetic capacity to annihilate the entire planet sexually. Because when we procreate with you, the offspring is going to be non-white. So black.
You guys notice it always have to come to what? Sex. So blacks can annihilate the whole world with sexual power. Is this guy for real right now? Are you I don't know. Are you guys' mind blown like mine is right now? This is crazy and funny at the same time. I don't think Tariq even believes the things he's saying, but he knows he has to say it to satisfy his sleeping, ignorant crowd.
Right. Genetic threat, so we have to be on the bottom. White supremacy is crystallized on how black people are mistreated. This is why when you bring Asians over, the Asians start doing their little nigger jokes when they get around you. So
what?
All these other groups are their lot in the system of white supremacy is determined on how much they mistreat black people.
What was that about? How much they dislike black? In other words, we train the Asians to dislike black people.
No, Jared. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that last part there.
When you get other groups around, when you bring in other groups, other Asian groups, other Hispanic groups, when you bring them in,
right,
for them to determine their status with you, to become honorary white supremacists themselves, they have to display anti-black hatred. You understand?
I see.
For example, let me give you an example. Peter Liang. Peter Liang is an Asian guy who shot a black man in New York. Asians all around the country got together to protect this Asian man from killing a black person. So they have to be honorary white supremacists to a certain degree in order to remain in good standing.
To remain in, wait a minute. This guy was a policeman, as I recall, and he fired his weapon and it ricocheted off the wall, and it happened to kill a black person who was in one of these public housing things. It was very, very clear that he did not intend to kill this guy, and it is not at all surprising that people should rally to his defense. Now, I'm again interested in this idea that we can make honorary white people. And where is your evidence that white people, that Asians, if they're the number 2 bunch, where's this notion that they're honorary white people?
So let me back up a minute. You said he didn't mean to kill him, but he was in violation of pulling his gun.
Do you guys see Tariq? Tariq is contradicting himself. You guys remember earlier, he said Asians were white, right? But now they're at number 2. And he also put Arabs in their own category. They were white. He put Hispanic in their own category, but according to him, they were white. So you see, if you're making up stuff, as you go, the truth, you would end up having to tell the truth without even knowing. So when somebody's lying, just let them keep talking, because it's not based in truth. So if somebody, Asians believe, like for instance, the guy, the bullet bounced off the wall and killed somebody. You know, obviously people know he didn't intend to kill the person. And some people came on to support the guy. You know, how is that equating to white supremacy? This is just silly.
He shouldn't pull his gun out. He shouldn't have the finger on the trigger. He lied about what happened on the police report. So if you're shooting people by mistake, why is it that black officers go to jail when they shoot people by mistake? A white kid was shot down in New Orleans by a black officer by mistake, and they gave the officer 40 years. So there's always that white supremacist double standard there. And you extend that double standard to Asian groups and many Hispanic groups, just like the guy who shot Orlando Castile up in Minnesota. But that's neither here nor there. So your next question was what, sir?
Well, then let me have. I'll approach things from a different point of view. Yes. I am fascinated by your conviction that well, first of all, okay, now it's interesting that you said the reason white people are so obsessed with blacks. I mean, it sounds like everything we do has to do ultimately with black people. Mm-hmm. What we do with Asians, what we do with Hispanics. Hold on. What we do with all of these other people is merely a function of our absolute obsession with black people, is what it sounds like.
White supremacists, yes.
The white supremacists probably think, 8 hours of every day at least wondering what to do about black people. We're just obsessed with black people. And the reason for that.
24 hours.
24 hours. Sorry. Okay, no. We are thinking about.
Look, I'm around white people every day, okay? I hate to tell you, blacks, they're not thinking about you. They're not thinking about you. You're the only one thinking that other people are thinking about you. Other people are thinking about their own problems, their own personal problems. They're not thinking about you or other people. But this is what Tariq believes. He's saying this because he knows there are black people that believe in this. That white people are literally sitting there thinking about black people. They don't care about you. They're not thinking about you.
Black people 24 hours a day. We wake up in the morning and we spit on our hands, we roll up our sleeves and think to ourselves, what are we going to do to black people today? Is that how we operate?
Well, the white supremacists, again, white supremacy is a religion. And that
what? White
religion. Yeah. Okay. Wait, I want to ask a question real quick. Tariq, do you believe that Jared is a white supremacist? I just want to be clear because you keep saying white supremacist. Do you believe he is in that category?
Yes, he is.
Of course he does. Of course. All white people are white supremacists.
No, they're not. All white people are not white supremacists. No, they're not. That's why.
How do you classify the difference?
A white supremacist is a person who believes through speech, thought, and action that they should dominate, control, and mistreat non-white people. That's what a white supremacist is. And all white people are not like that. That's not true. That's why I don't say the white man and white people are this, that. No, white supremacists think like that.
Okay, now who are they specifically then? Who believe that we should dominate, control, and mistreat black people?
Well, the thing is, the white supremacists used to be open about who they were, but now they're not open. They have to codify their language, so we don't know who the white supremacists are. So now I use the term suspected white supremacists if I'm not sure a person is white supremacist or not, because there's no master list of white supremacists.
Okay, then how come we got into a situation where white people can't be open about it? That sounds like another failure of white supremacy.
No, white people can be very open about systematic white supremacy. They are open about it. Who's not?
Wait. You just said they're not open. You just said we have to call them suspected white supremacists.
For a long time, they couldn't be open about it because they had to codify the language. Now that we have Trump in office, people are becoming more open about.
You guys see, Tariq is used to talking to sheeple, meaning, his disciples, the black group that follow him. I mean, people, honestly, think about this. How brainless can these people be for them to sit there and literally listen to this type of talk and take it, as facts? Imagine what most black people I've met, in fact, they grow up in majority black areas. They don't have that much contact with white people. They themselves would tell you this. Their problems is with other black people. Their problems began in their own homes. It has nothing to do with white people. But you would never hear the dishonest ones say this. But it shows in the facts. When they make it, where do they run to? Just look around. If white people are so evil, when they make it big, whose neighborhoods do they move to? Because even Tariq here, you think what color do you think his neighbors are? His mother-in-law is white. Very white. You think they're living with other blacks? People don't look at what the person is saying. Look at what they are doing. Just look at what they are doing. What they are doing, that's what they truly believe in. Because anyone can just say anything. If he believes white people are so evil and everything he's saying, he would have been scared to live around white people. He would have gone and live around blacks. But it sounds to me like he believes blacks are the devils because he's not living with blacks. He's afraid to live with blacks. Why is he afraid? Just like other blacks. All these, athletes, you hear the stars, they don't live with, around majority black people. They live around white people. So obviously, white people must not be so bad. Let's continue.
White supremacy now, this day and age, right now, 2018. They are now.
Who, for example, who is an open white supremacist now?
Well, you're an open white supremacist, Richard Spencer.
No, wait. I have no desire to dominate or mistreat anybody. Who do you think I want to mistreat? Do you think I want to mistreat you?
But yeah, you kind of justify that, Jared. And
I don't justify it at all. I don't want anybody mistreated.
But you say that black people have an inferior IQ. And if we have an inferior IQ, you must have a superior IQ. So that, by definition, is white supremacy, right?
Wait. No, not at all. You said it means to dominate and mistreat. Those things are very important. I don't want to dominate or mistreat anyone of any race.
But you justify it. I just pointed out.
I'm not justifying it at all. I'm entirely opposed to it.
That's mistreating people based on race. That's justified Peter Liang killing somebody who was black. You made an excuse for murder. And that's justifying mistreatment, sir. Finding ways to justify mistreating black people, that's white supremacy. You can call it people. It's still it ultimately.
So the way Tariq talks, he psychologically, takes power from blacks. Any black person who believes in what he's saying, so you're mentally already, he's preparing you to feel powerless and feel less than to other people. So like what you have no power. Other people can just do whatever to you, mistreat you any kind of way. Do we believe in Black people are this powerless? We see what Black people do to other Black people. So how are you powerless against other people? When you speak of other people, and in America, Black people act like it's only whites that are in existence in America. So that just proves that's who they look up to as gods. Look, I've witnessed this in real life. Like I keep telling you guys, I've worked in corrections before, and people, this is why you as an African, they always accuse you to say, oh, you're kissing the white people's ass. Man, I have seen the way Black people in America, majority of them, how they kiss white people's ass. Even the inmates, no matter, they could be lying, you could be questioning them, but bring them and put them in front of a white man. They will start spilling the beans. They will start snitching. Just like watch First 48. There's a show on television, I think A&E, I used to watch back in the days. I think it's still on. Just go watch that show. You would see the real depiction. You are the one that they would run their mouth to. But they're not going to, put them in front of the white man. Because white man is God to most of them. So they would start telling the truth right away. The way this man is engaging him, if this was a Black person, he would have been calling him all kinds of names. But have you guys noticed he didn't do that here? But if he's another Black person, he would have called him coon. He would have called him a sellout. A whole bunch of stuff. So this is why you don't waste your time with people like this. Because there's nothing, you're going to learn from them. You're not going to get the real answers. Look at the white man is making him look, dumb, which I don't need to watch this white man do this for me to know that. You guys can see right now, his new spill lately is to make his Black crowd happy by talking, a whole bunch of smack about Africans. But you guys remember years ago, he was bigging up Africans. He even went to Zimbabwe and tried to get free land. This man makes money, right? But he wanted free land. So it's like people got to give them free stuff. How do you expect people to respect you? No one is going to respect you because you're always looking for free stuff. This is silly, man.
Ends up mistreating Black people, and there's always a justification for it, sir.
Wait. If I look at the evidence and I conclude that Black people, on average, have an IQ that is lower than that of white people, and I think the evidence for this is overwhelming. And if I say this in public, I become a pariah. Charles Murray, who has written about this, cannot speak on a college campus without being shouted down by white people. Right. Now, all of those people on the campus, are they secret white supremacists and they secretly support Charles Murray, or are they really opposed to the idea of Charles Murray, and that's why they shout him down?
There are many people who are opposed to Murray, but there are many people who support him. Understand? Well, we don't know. We can't quantify. We don't know who supports him and who's opposing him. But there are a lot of. This is why I say you'd have white supremacists and white people. All white people are not white supremacists. There's a lot of.
How many do you reckon are white supremacists?
I have no idea. I cannot quantify it whatsoever because I know that the white supremacists are the most powerful people.
How do you? Well, wait. The most powerful people in the United States, we can.
Hey, you guys remember in the beginning, Tariq said the white supremacists have power all over the world, right? But now all of a sudden he cannot quantify it. I just wanted to raise that up, just to refresh your memory from what he said earlier. So he's all over the place. So now you guys see why when you are having logical conversation, they cannot keep up. They have to call you names. So don't even waste your time. Put them in front of the white man. White man is God to them. They cannot misbehave in front of the white man. Just put them in front of him. You will see. You would see the same results as you're seeing here. This is why they look at you, they try to accuse you of, oh, you think the white man is superior. Oh, the Africans think white man is God. No, you're the one that thinks that. I don't know no African that thinks the white man is God. I mean, except to Niger. But, he's a special case. But this is how he thinks. Like I said, he is speaking for thousands and thousands of blacks in this country. Because you guys see, they just gave him $1 million for an invincible museum. So let's keep going.
We can name them.
On the planet. The white supremacists are the most powerful people on the planet, not the United States, the planet. The white supremacists dominate the planet.
Okay, then if we pick out the most powerful people on the planet, then we can be sure they're white supremacists?
Yes, most of them, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Or suspected white supremacists. Some are white supremacists, some are suspected white supremacists. The most powerful people on the planet.
Probably.
White supremacists or suspected white supremacists. Like Donald Trump, he's one of the most powerful men on the planet. He's a suspected white supremacist. Some people say he is a white supremacist.
Hey, there's somebody in there. He said, oh, you Africans are docile. You don't have the African-American fire. What is that fire doing for you? Obviously, Africans are coming here doing what they need to do. They're not crying to anyone. Look, being loud and obnoxious and crying, that doesn't mean you're doing anything. Empty barrel makes the loudest noise. Just because you're loud doesn't mean you're right or you know what you're doing. This is why you're going to continue to be loud and nothing is getting done. That doesn't mean you know what you're doing. That doesn't mean you're making any difference. People are looking at you like you're silly. This is not how other humans behave, in case you don't know. If you got what it takes, you don't need to be loud. You move in silence and get it done. That's what, common people with common sense do. So if you think Africans are meek and docile, hey, you can hold on to that. You are suddenly fooling yourselves because maybe Africans have common sense. Is that a possibility? Maybe Africans they have manners, they have culture, they don't want to embarrass themselves. They have a spirit that is respectable. They don't want to embarrass themselves in front of the world. Maybe that's a possibility. But when you lack God, you lack shame, you lack discipline, you have no problem showing your ass in public. Is that a possibility? I think it is.
Supremacist. I say he's a suspected white supremacist. His entire cabinet is full of suspected white supremacists.
Okay. Now, so some of the most powerful people in the world are members of the U.S. Supreme Court. Are they white supremacists? Is Ellen Kagan a white supremacist? Well, is Sonia Sotomayor, is she a white supremacist?
Well, let's look at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court put down a ruling, and it's never been overturned, that a black man has no rights a white man is bound to respect.
Oh, and for heaven's sake.
The Supreme Court used the word white supremacy and black inferiority in the Taney ruling with Dred Scott, and they never overturned that. As a matter of fact, the Dred Scott decision was used in a court case a couple of years ago. So, the white supremacists, they dominate the Supreme Court as well. Look at the documents. I'm talking law. This ain't my opinion. I'm talking law.
So you're telling me that a black person has no rights that a white person is bound to respect? Is that what you believe? According
to evidence and according to the Supreme Court ruling in the Dred Scott decision.
But, okay, well, hold on. So if I walk into your house and I put a gun to your head and I say, I like the look of that chair you're sitting in, I like the look of that microphone, and I walk out with that, and you call the police are going to say, whoops, sorry. A black man has no property rights that a white man is bound to respect, and so I'll walk away free.
Sir, you can come in and shoot me and kill me. And if you have a good enough lie, you can walk away scot-free. Look at George Zimmerman.
Guys, seriously, do you guys hear what Tariq just said? This completely destroys his entire argument. If this were true, what he's saying, and he said the white supremacists, they hate blacks, don't you think, if they can get away with it, according to him, if this is true, what is to stop them from just going and shooting down black people? This is dumb.
Wait, why should I have to lie? White supremacists, look, if you have no rights that I'm bound to respect, why do I even have to lie? Why can't I say, hey, I just shot the guy because I felt like it?
They have done that. Well, that's what George Zimmerman did.
Wait. You really believe that? You really believe that?
Then he had to build a cockamamie story that he was beaten within inches of his life. So you got to get the lie looking good.
Wasn't George Zimmerman Hispanic though? I don't think he was even white.
Oh, come on. He was an honorary white man. Honorary white man.
Honorary.
He's white.
Anybody who attacks a black person's an honorary white man, right? Come on, that's what it boils down to. A policeman, a black policeman who shoots a black person is an honorary white man.
That's another deception.
St. James, you beat me to it. I was gonna ask what the code is. These people never cease to amaze me. Please explain what the code is. Unless if you're saying Tariq is on the code of lie, the code of lies that's been disseminated, that I can believe. But whatever secret code is there, please do tell so we know to hop on it too. Tariq is not making any sense, people. And I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that.
Tactic. That's a deception tactic where you temporarily deny whiteness. All of a sudden, he's not white no more. I'm not white. I'm Jewish. I'm not white. I'm Native American. I'm not white. I'm Hispanic. Oh, that's a
okay. Okay. So
go ahead.
So Mr. Nasheed, in your view, what George Zimmerman did was he said to himself, look at that black guy. I think I'm going to follow him and shoot him. And that was the long and the short of
it. And he knew that he would be protected. That's exactly what he did. He knew he was protected, and he was protected. He knew that the community, the court system was going to look out for him. White supremacists understand the mindset of other white supremacists, and they understand the code that other white supremacists are on.
Well, let's get back to the Supreme Court. Now, if it really was the case that no black person has any kind of right that a white person is bound to respect, we would be living in a completely, utterly different world. And I think you must be able to imagine that that's the case.
What different world will we be living in if that were the case?
Wait, if that really were the case, a white person could kill any black person anytime with complete impunity, and we know that
what happens. What are you talking about? That happens on a regular basis. That happens all the time.
Wait. You're telling no.
Look, I've worked in the state penitentiary. Okay, this state is majority white people. The black numbers are low. In that prison, you will find black people there. Like I know more than 10 inmates who their crime is they killed a white person. They killed a white person. Oh, several white people. That's why they're there. But you would hardly, I don't know, even when I was there, I don't know any white inmate who is there because they killed a black person. This is a rarity. This is not a common thing in the United States. But you would find blacks that kill whites. This is a common thing. And the person that's saying, oh, Afridamos is way off code. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm not on the code of lying. It's about facts. So you think when Tariq is there, what he says about Africans lying, is that what you call code? So this thing here, what he's saying, this is not helping. This is a blatant lie. I don't know about other states, but I'm speaking of what I know to be true directly. This is not me reading about something or somebody telling me about it. I'm telling you, even meeting the individuals, having their files and being able to read it and see who their victims are. If throughout the time I was working as an officer, I have not seen a single white person whose victims are blacks. But it's very common to see, black inmates whose victims are white. This is a common thing. So what he's saying is not true.
Look, if in other words, if I decide that I don't like Barack Obama, he's a black man, I'm a white man, and I track him down and I shoot him, I'm just going to say, hey, I'm white, he was black, bye-bye, and the police will let me walk free.
Well, that's the president. So
what?
There's an exception. He was the president, so there's an exception to that. You just can't shoot a former president because.
Okay, how about a former governor, Doug Wilder, governor of Virginia? Can I shoot him?
Well, the thing is, we're not.
Or a black policeman. A black policeman. Why not?
Well, you can. You can. There have been black people who are off duty who have been killed.
Wait. Why not in uniform?
But the thing is, especially if you become what I call a race soldier, I won't even call them police officers. If you become a police officer and you believe in white supremacy, which the FBI said law enforcement has been infiltrated by white supremacists.
I guess according to Tariq, I was a race soldier. This is laughable.
They can kill a black person with impunity. And
I see. And they do it all the time, right?
There's a system all the time. The court system is going to protect him. The jury system is going to protect him. The prosecution is going to protect him. That's a reality. And that's always been a reality. There's nothing new about that. Nothing new about that.
Okay, now what if I'm a mere honorary white man? If I'm an Asian, can I kill a black person with impunity too? Or do I have to be white?
Not if you're an honorary or Asian. And also we're talking about a lot of just hypothetical situations.
Well, but you're telling me that you have no rights that I'm bound to respect.
Norm. I'm talking about the norm. Now,
the norm.
I find an exception every blue moon. For example, you can't find too many white officers who've been put in jail for killing a black person. It's like one every 20 years. So the exception doesn't negate the rule, Mr. Taylor. You know that. Just like for example, a lot of African immigrants, you spoke about Nigerian immigrants. Do you know what we're talking about IQ? Nigerian immigrants, they come over here and academically outperform whites and Asians. They do much better than Asians. So that kind of throws the whole IQ thing out the way.
So you got Tariq is about to destroy his own argument here. So he's saying that, Nigerian immigrants have high IQ, right? I guess the white supremacists couldn't stop them. But this conversation is about to get better. Let's hear, because last I checked, Nigerians are black. So let's see how the white supremacists are stopping them.
Window, we're talking about race IQ.
Well, but why does a white supremacist society permit such a thing?
Well, you can't really do anything what's going on in that person's mind. A person is smart, they're smart. But
wait. If people are smart, they're smart. You're assuming, of course, that on average, black people are just as smart, maybe smarter than white people, right?
Not maybe smarter, but We have the same level of intelligence, of course.
Okay. Of course. All right. It goes without saying.
No, are you saying we don't have the same level of intelligence as whites?
Okay. I was just checking on that. I thought you might think that black people are actually smarter. But let's get back to the Supreme Court.
But you didn't answer that. Well, you danced a little bit. You're dancing with the stars. Do you think that black people have equal intelligence as whites, Mr. Ted?
No, I don't. On average, the black guy.
Do you guys see, Tariq, when somebody is not sure of their own answer, they feel inferior. They throw things to try to confront. Oh, you think, blacks are, white people are smarter than blacks. So he's thinking he wants to shame the white man, but let's allow the white man to speak the truth. The thing is, I like people who speak the truth, stand their ground. It doesn't matter whose feelings are hurt. We have to hear the truth.
Why not? Why are black people as smart? What is it about black people that makes them less smart?
Oh, well, there are all kinds of things that go into what is called intelligence, the structure of the brain, the way the gray matter and the white matter interact, the rapidity of signals transmitted on neurons. We don't really know in 100% the biological underpinnings of intelligence, but I think the evidence is overwhelming that East Asians, on average, are somewhat more intelligent than whites, and whites more intelligent than blacks. But aside, I know you're not going to agree on that. You're not even interested in the evidence.
Let me unpack that, because if black people are less intelligent, why the need for systematic deprivation? Why would the white supremacists do things like not allow black people to read, make it illegal for black people to read, which is what happened here in the United States for a long time? Why would they do that for people who are already less intelligent?
We're talking about the United States today. You're saying the United States today is a white supremacist society. I do not deny that in the past the United States could be described as white supremacist. But let's get back to the Supreme Court.
But you didn't answer the question. That's a very valid question. If we were, and they were saying the same thing you're saying back then, back in the 1800s, the 1900s, they would say the same thing, that black people, our IQs are just not high. We're not as intelligent. Thomas Jefferson, he wrote a whole book.
See, Tariq, just like many other blacks, they want to legislate the past. It's obvious, everyone knows, in the past, the United States, you could say it's a white supremacist country where they put laws in place to deliberately against, the progress of black people and other people. You could read this. That is obvious, You don't have to be a genius to know that. But now we're talking about today. You're talking about today. I mean, no one can help you if you're still stuck in the past when you're not in the past. Yes, in the past, it was that way. But those laws are removed. They're not blocking you. So if you want to talk about history, sure, that's a fact. In the past, they have laws in places, they completely dominate black people, stopping black people, hindering their progress. But that hasn't been the story, in many years now. That has changed drastically. No one can dispute that. So this is the type of argument, some of these people try to put forth. They want to talk about, the past, which no longer exists. I'm not saying you don't read from your past to understand where you're headed. Obviously, you need that as a roadmap. But you don't dwell on something that is no longer in existence. You just use the past as a lesson to not allow it to repeat itself. But if you're refusing to move away from it, that means mentally you are still there. That's the whole point I'm trying to make here. No one is saying, these things never happened ever. but they are no longer in existence.
Book, letters from the state of Virginia about how our IQs, not our IQ, but how our intelligence level was just so low. But at the same time, Black people were not allowed to read. So why would you not allow a people to read and make it a crime if they were already less intelligent? I'm trying to understand.
First of all, letters from the state of Virginia, it has only a few little remarks about blacks. It's about the state of Virginia. I mean, I realize that you think that white people are obsessed with by black people, and that's all they ever think about 24 hours a day.
You know, that book was the foundation of modern white supremacy ideology. You know that.
Oh, okay. No, I don't in fact know that, but letters from the state of Virginia covers a lot.
Go on and on about how inferior Black people were.
Look, there are just a few passages in that book about Black people.
And how inferior we were in that book. In those few passages, he was talking about how inferior we were.
He thought that blacks on average were less intelligent than whites. Now, nobody ever pretended, no one ever pretended that there were not some blacks who could read. No one ever suspected otherwise. He knew about, Thomas Jefferson knew about blacks who could read as well. No one ever doubted that they could read.
But why is it illegal for Black people to read if we're just so less intelligent?
Well, the whole idea, in those states and at those times in which it was illegal. Now, don't forget, slavery was an extremely variegated thing. Any generalization about slavery is likely to be completely wrong because it was so different depending on the time, so different depending on the place. There were, in some circumstances, laws against teaching slaves how to read, not blacks in general, but slaves how to read, because it was thought that that might contribute to some sort of slave revolt or some attempt to gain freedom. But let's set that aside. I like to talk about the United States today.
Well, let me correct you though, because even after slavery, during the Jim Crow era, it was you had white supremacists monitoring Black people so they wouldn't read in public as well. So reading was something that was looked down upon with Black people even after slavery. And when Black people started to get their own schools and their own communities, they were torn down and burned down by the white supremacists. But go ahead, brother.
Well, I'd like to hear examples of schools that were burned down by white supremacists, because after all, even
Oklahoma in 1921, Wilmington in the 1800s, Rosewood, I can just list goes on and on. Go ahead.
Those were race riots. In any case, now back to the Supreme Court. You may recall that when Sonia Sotomayor, now in your view, she may be an honorary white for all I know, but when she was appointed to the Supreme Court by Barack Obama, she said that, well, it was pointed out that she had said that she thought that a wise Latina woman would be a better justice than a white man. This is well known about her. And when she came up for confirmation, the Senate, of course, was overwhelmingly white. Now, why would a white supremacist Senate, and surely some of those people must be white supremacists and not just suspected white supremacists, because they're powerful, they're senators, and you said the most powerful people in the world, presumably including the premier of China, are white supremacists. So there must have been some white supremacists there. Why would they confirm a woman who says that a Latina woman will make a better judge than a...
Again, someone saying, do you take into effect, the past? How many of today's people are facing that subjugation? Those subjugations are not there, because if you look at it, even people that was subjugated, go look at people's history. There are people who were born in slavery. They were literally born in slavery and overcame. I can give you several names. You have Frederick Douglass. He was literally born in slavery. Go read about him. You have Madam C.J. Walker. She was a millionaire. Okay. You have Booker T. Washington. Go read his book. Go read his book. There are people, tons and the people that even the generation that literally just came out of slavery, who they were roadblocks, they were subjugated. They did better. They did better than today's blacks. How is that possible? I mean, not all. I mean, the 1% up there in the black population is doing super good, making millions in entertainment and stuff. But I'm talking about generally. So even this subjugation that you're talking about, how can that affect somebody who's never been through that? I just gave you example of people that actually even went through this quote unquote subjugation you're talking about. You cannot hijack, someone else's history, someone else's experience when you didn't go through it. That is a shame. That is a complete shame. That's like me sitting here making excuses saying, oh, Africa, African countries were colonized. That has absolutely nothing to do with me. I wasn't born back then. I wasn't around for that. What's that got to do with me? That has absolutely nothing to do with me, just as, slavery has nothing to do with, somebody today in 2021.
White man. Isn't that a grave insult to white supremacy?
No, because most Latinos
okay.
are still white and they just have different ethnic backgrounds. See, ethnicity and race are two different things. She's still classified as white. That woman is still white. She just has a different ethnic background, sir.
Wait.
I don't think that old Latinos, 95% of them are classified as white.
No.
Yes,
Well,
I'm not making that up. You right now, you just use the "I might not say so" narrative, which is just more white supremacy.
Okay. So when she says something insulting to white people, she's talking about Latinos as opposed to white men. She is making a distinction between a Latina woman and a white man. And so let me finish.
He's white.
Please let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
So she is drawing a distinction. She says, I'm Latina, you guys are white, and I'm going to make a better judge than you. And all those white supremacist senators, they said, oh, we'll let that pass because she's really white just like us. Was that what they thought?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. We can move on. That's all I needed to hear.
Did you guys hear how silly Tariq's argument? This man just proved how dumb he sounds. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, she's one of the U.S. She's on the in the U.S. Supreme Court. She made a statement which this man repeated. She said a Latino woman would make a better judge than a white man. So obviously, if she were white, why would she make that distinction? So that destroys Tariq's argument. So the man has a great point. Like, okay, if the people, these senators were white supremacists, because Tariq said, if powerful whites are the white supremacists. So we all know how powerful senators are. She needed their vote. So despite her saying that, how come the white supremacists didn't stop her from becoming a Supreme Court judge? So he's not proving the point that the United States of America today is a white supremacist country, because that woman can say that and get away with it and still get votes from the white man. So his argument is out the door.
Have Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court.
Is he a white supremacist?
He's the mascot for white supremacy.
Is he a white supremacist?
No, you cannot be a black white supremacist.
I see. Why
He's
not?
a mascot for white supremacy. You can't be. You can't be a black white supremacist. You can be a tool for white supremacy, and that's what he's a tool.
All right, but a Hispanic can be a white supremacist.
Yes, they can. Understand?
And an Asian
they identify with Spain. They don't identify with the Native American roots. The root word is Spain. Spain is still in Europe, and they identify with that. And the white supremacists, they give them this on and off, back and forth cat and mouse status. But ultimately, it's a family dispute between other white people.
Wait. So Puerto Ricans, they think of themselves as Spaniards. Is that right?
Yes, many of them do. Many of them do. As a matter of
They
fact,
think they're Spanish.
when you go to these countries, you see the darker Puerto Ricans are dominated and mistreated by the lighter Puerto Ricans because the lighter Puerto Ricans see themselves as white, sir.
Okay, and by seeing themselves as white, that makes them white, and they become the mascots and the tools of the real white supremacists. Okay, I understand. Now, do you remember? James Watson? He's the co-discoverer of DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he was probably the most famous living scientist in the world. And he started talking about race differences in IQ, and he concluded that perhaps black people, for genetic reasons, are less intelligent than whites. Now, you may recall that he was absolutely pilloried. All the white people practically in America got on his back and said, no, 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 you can't talk about that. And he lost his job, he lost all kind of his prestige, he's disappeared from sight. That will happen to just about any white person in America, no matter how prominent, no matter how prestigious. If he starts talking about racial differences in IQ, out the door. He is considered a moral pariah. Why is that the case if we really are all white supremacists anyway?
Well, the thing is, the whole intelligence thing or the IQ thing, it's used by white supremacists to justify the maldistribution of resources and the mistreatment of people.
Exactly. So that should be part of American dogma, right?
Really? Like,
well, wait.
I don't understand. Elaborate on that.
As you say, if the idea is that black people are less intelligent than whites, and that justifies what you say, the maldistribution of wealth in the United States, why is it that someone that makes that argument about racial differences in IQ is considered a demon and a pariah and is shoved out of respectable society?
Well, because usually they have blatant white supremacist views anyway, and they're just using IQ and all that stuff to justify. See, the IQ thing, that thing started really with Nazi Germany.
You're not answering my question.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying to answer your question, but I'm telling you, the IQ thing was started in Nazi Germany.
That's not true.
Be justified to harm people who were classified as non-white then. Yes, it was. No. They used IQ to justify putting people in concentration camps. Yes, they did.
Wait, IQ goes back to before the First World War. That's before Nazi Germany.
You guys see, the white man corrected him. You see, he can run this type of game past black people because they're not going to research it. That's what they want to hear. So these things he's saying, he doesn't even have the correct timelines. He's just babbling things, making up his own facts when it's not even based in facts.
Binet, the Binet test, that goes way back before the Second World War. But my point is this: if, as you believe, the ideas about racial superiority and inferiority are used to justify white dominance over blacks, why is it that anyone in the United States today who openly talks about racial differences in IQ and talks about the lower black IQ becomes a social pariah? Why?
Because it's not true. That's why, and it can be debunked.
What? But you say all the white supremacists believe it.
Yeah, but it can be debunked. That's the problem. See, that's what the clash is. It can be debunked. Like, I've heard you say that black people have a low IQ. And
Tariq, if it can be debunked, things that can be debunked would be allowed to be put to debate. You're not just gonna shut down the opposition just because you don't like what they are saying. You know? For them to just shut the person down, that's not helping black people. You have to allow it to be debated so people know if what this person is saying, whether it's true or not. You can't just be mad because someone said something. You have to listen and say, okay, prove your point. But, you know, like black people just go along. It's like other white people, it's like treating you like little children to stop other white people from saying things to protect you from hearing that. How is that helping you? That means they look low upon you and you accept it. It's like a little child who someone is protecting your ears from hearing the truth, and the big brother steps in and whip the other person from saying things. that would never help you know the truth or be strong. So you're not making sense here.
There was nothing in Africa, and black people didn't have two-story buildings, and there was no will, and they couldn't tame beasts of burden. So all that stuff is so easily debunked. This is why people, a lot of times when they take these white extremists, we look at them as pariahs because that information is just not true.
But wait, if it is not true, and everyone knows it's not true, then how? Well, okay, maybe there are a few benighted goofballs like me who haven't got the message yet. But if it's generally accepted as not true, then that completely blows apart the justification for white supremacy, right?
No, it doesn't, because enough people believe that. Enough people believe it's true. And the people who want to believe it's true are the white supremacists, because that's part of the religion of white supremacy.
Okay.
Now, anything negative about black people to justify the mistreatment and dominance.
Okay, and those people are the most powerful people in the world.
Yes, they are, white supremacists.
Okay. Then if the most powerful people in the world believe this, surely one of them, or maybe even two of them, perhaps even three of them, would have come to James Watson's assistance when he started talking about race and IQ. Why? How come not one of them put his head above the parapet and said, "Hey, Watson's right"?
Well, they might not have done it publicly, but there's an old saying that white supremacists don't get fired; they get transferred. So they probably.
Is that an old saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard it before. But that's
heard that one? Yeah, white supremacists don't get fired; they get transferred. He's fine. He's somewhere. Somebody's taking care of him. Whenever
I used to work with white people. White people get fired all the time from the job, and I bet you Tariq would have called those people white supremacists. They get fired all the time. What is he talking about? This is stupid at best. He hasn't proven anything to show that, you know, there's white supremacy. And another thing, don't you guys find it pathetic when a grown black person, you know, like they go and record a white woman, because this is man versus a woman, because the white woman said something and you hurt my feelings, and they post it. And most of these black guys, their own mamas say the worst thing to them, but it is white people whose words pisses them off. This is, you know, like, it looks so sad and pathetic and weak when they, you know, they'll post it online and say, oh, look at, you know, racism. Oh, look at what this Karen said. And I look at it, I'm like, you're a grown man. Like, you could have just easily checked this woman, but you want to come post it. You know, you're making yourself look weak. So you're justifying what people are saying. You think you know, like, okay, you posted, so how did that even change your life? How did that improve your life? It doesn't improve your life in any way, shape, or form. You go back to being as miserable as you were before. Misery exists within the spirit. You cannot chase happiness or peace by comparing yourself to other people or thinking those people have power over you. No one is making you think that way. You're the one thinking that way. You gotta get your spirit right, man. Seriously. You know, I told you guys, it's weird how, like, there's people in the chat saying, it's supposed to be black first. So if a black person is leading you astray, you should just go along just because they are black. So this is how silly some of these people are. This is how silly they are. You know, even though the good books say the truth shall set you free, I believe in that. Just look at life in reality even. That's the reason why you see so many of these people, they are living a miserable life. because they believe in lies upon lies upon lies. So that's why they have to look at other human beings, outer forces, control their thought process. And that's why when you're miserable, misery loves company, by the way. So they have to hurt other people to try to make themselves feel good, but they can never feel good. They would have to continue to try to hurt others because they think that's what's going to make them feel better, because they're living in hell. Hell is bottomless, by the way, people. You don't have to die to go to hell. You could be living in hell your entire life. Your spirit is in hell until your physical body actually die, and you continue dwelling in hell. It's a bottomless pit. And this goes for everybody. It don't matter if you're white, black, blue, or green. If you don't have the right spirit, if you don't have the spirit of righteousness, you don't believe in God. You believe that human beings, that's what would make you think other humans are above you. Because anybody that has the right spirit and believe in God and understand, they would never ever think any human being is above them. So if you're one of these people, take the time, try to change your spirit for what is right. Your skin color means absolutely nothing. It means nothing. The evil that influences your heart, it manifests itself by making you focus on the outer world, thinking that your skin color is everything. It means nothing. If your spirit is not right, nothing will be right with you. This is a fact. And only the truth shall set you free. You guys look at Tariq, how much hard time he's having to defend his position, because everything is based in lies. He's making himself look bad. So for those of you that are thinking, oh, this show is all about taking down a man. No, this is pointing out the facts. It's a debate that took place that needs to be analyzed. Isn't Tariq's entire shows about speaking on the human condition and how people think? That's what we do over here. But because you don't have the spirit of righteousness, therefore, Satan is your daddy. So when you hear the truth, you start breaking into hives, allergy. But I'm glad you're here, because maybe, just maybe one day, you would see the light. You would see the truth. And then you would eventually be free.
Does something and they get fired, or they get called a pariah, they get money raised somewhere. Somebody's going to look out for them. So the white supremacists, they know not to let one of their own fall.
Hey, I hate to break in here for a second, but didn't we have a black president for the last 8 years? If you're saying that the only people in charge are white people, how do you explain Obama being our president for the last 8 years?
Oh, he's a pet. He's a mascot.
He knows that. Hey, Jared knows that. When you put a black person in a position, listen, when you put a black person, when the white supremacists will elevate a black person, there are two rules, and these rules have never faltered. Number one, you do not punish white people. And number two, you do not help black people in large numbers. And Obama did not do either of those things, so he's fine. So
it seems like Trump has actually helped black people more. Recently, it said Trump has the lowest African-American unemployment rate, and the African-American Democrats, they wouldn't even stand for that.
That's a lie. They proved it was a lie. They put out the stats. That's a lie. The unemployment rate, they've increased. That's a complete lie. But deception is white supremacy. But
well, I wanted to ask one question that keeps coming up in the chat. So people keep asking, and this question is for Tariq, and then Jared, you can respond. They say, if Black Lives Matter, why is there so much black on black crime, and why is there such a substantial amount of blacks doing crime and murder to other blacks?
That's a lie. There is not black people doing a lot of crime. The only high crime
like
rate
Chicago, for
Chicago. That's it. Chicago is the go-to place because there is no black crime in large numbers anywhere else. That's another lie they used to.
Do you guys hear this? How can anyone take this man seriously? So when one white policeman shoots one black person, everyone get up in arms and say, "Oh, Black Lives Matter, this is wrong." But in a single weekend, as we speak right now, probably in some black city, right now as we speak, some black neighborhood, there's people that are getting blasted. For sure in Chicago, somebody's getting shot as we speak. Baltimore, somewhere. But they are mute. They're not going to speak on this. You don't think people are seeing this? How can you come out and pretend to say you care about black lives or the black people getting killed, but yet when a black person kills so many black people, that's not a problem. You would even try to deny it. What are you trying to prove here? I bet you the people who are losing their family members, they don't think so. Like, what is this guy talking about? Even the city here where I live, where there isn't that many blacks, but the few little enclaves where blacks are at, I read on the paper all the time. Like I follow the police on Twitter. You see the shootings, and they're all coming from there. How is a place with very small black population, and yet every shootings you hearing, it is black person shooting other black people? I know you probably say, oh, they're going to say, oh, it's a white person doing it. But they say, oh no, they're just being accused. Obviously, you don't care about the black person who's losing their lives. So it's hard for me to believe when I see people coming out saying, they talk about, oh, Michael Brown, Philando Castile, George Floyd, they saying they care about these people. It's all horse shit. It's because of their hatred for white people. So they think they're spiting whites by doing that. Because obviously, if you care about black people losing their lives, you'll be talking about the blacks that are getting killed every weekend or every day. In Chicago, the kids cannot play outside. People can't even hang out on their porch. I read in the paper where this little girl, this woman got killed. She was getting shot. She laid on her daughter to save her daughter's life. I don't see any of these people talking about that. Little girl, in her home doing homework over there in Atlanta. These people shooting each other. Stray bullet went and hit her, killed her in her own home. This is a little black girl. None of these people are talking about that. But yet you want to talk about black criminals who unfortunately lose their lives. Now you want to come and sit here and pretend like that is more important than what is happening more frequently. This is silly, man. No, I mean, like, I understand, like, sometimes some of the things might look entertaining, but people, come on, man. Let's just be real. This is ridiculous. This is inhumane. No human being with common sense would ever think, the only killing that matters is if a white person kills you. It shouldn't be that way. Killing is killing. It doesn't matter who it's done by. But hey, when a black person kills you, I'm sorry, but no one's going to talk about it. It's not that important. So Tariq is going to sit here and completely deny this. When not only we read about this, we see it, we even hear, they have this music called drill music in Chicago. You listen to it. These people rap about their opponents that they killed. I'm talking about, this is an abomination, people, an abomination where these people are going, they are talking about, they're taking a piss on their opponents, graveyard, their dead body. Any society that resort to that, they are not with God. They've completely fallen from the grace of God. This is a fact. How can anyone sit there and pretend like that doesn't happen? So people are just making this up? Or the people themselves that are bragging about it, they are making this up? You guys have seen the video of Nipsey Hussle when he got killed. Like, I couldn't watch it. This man, another black man, because of anger, envy, and jealousy, he shot this man. After he shot him, the man is laying there. He came, you could see it in the surveillance, kicked him in the head. But I bet you they're going to say that didn't happen. Imagine if that were a white person that did that. So these people are not serious, man. They are not serious. You need to find God in your life, seriously.
Justify black people in large numbers. Black crime rates are not high because black crime rates have always been the same. There's nothing unique about black crime rates. Isn't that right, Jared?
You're wrong about that. No, black crime rates are very high, not just Chicago, in Baltimore, in Washington, in New York.
But why are the black crime rates high?
Oh, I think you know very well what the answer about that question is. I
just stole
I think
stuff the other day, so I can't with all of the stolen stuff in my house. But go ahead.
To me, it's much more interesting that you genuinely appear to believe that the black violent crime rate is no higher than the white rate. Let's just leave it at that, because you appear to believe that, and I find that fascinating. But I think there are other things that are actually rather more interesting.
But the black crime rate has always been high because blackness is.
If you notice, people in the United States, in the chat, if anyone can debunk what I'm about to say, because they like to say it's poverty. You go to some white areas, West Virginia, some places, they are poorer than, most black ghettos. But they're not there killing each other. There is no white equivalence of Chicago or Baltimore. If you know one, please write it in the chat room. So what is it about blacks that they hate each other so much that they have to keep killing each other and sing about it happily? What is the problem? Ladies and gentlemen, evil is evil. This is why I say it's not about the skin color. Don't let these people, put you to sleep and pacify you and you fall for this dumb black talk. Because you're going to find yourself in those, if you don't believe me, move to some of these areas. You will see for yourself. A lot of these people that talk on the internet and come here, try to be trolls and say all these silly things, they're not going to move to those areas. If they are living there, it's because they can't afford to leave. The day that they can afford it, they will be gone. Who wants to put their life through that? The most abominable one that I saw, it was some guy. I didn't know this guy prior, over in Chicago. It's a rapper. They call him FBG Doc. This guy, his own mother. Imagine, people, partying with your own mother, you know, and she's also engaged in this, talking to her quote unquote rival gangs, making them mad. This is the type of life that these people are living over there. But yet they want to say that is glorious. When other people see this, they're like, whoa, this is an abomination. Now you are the one that's wrong for pointing out this is the devil's way of living. You know, you're not doing anything here but inviting death and destruction. But yet you're the wrong person. You're doing this to yourself. No one is doing this to you. It's the spirit that made a home in you that is manifesting itself, and the spirit is evil. This is why a lot of these people go and listen to people like Tariq. Tariq is comforting them because, you know, if your spirit is right, you're about what is truth, you don't just go for what makes you feel good. You go for what is righteous. People, we all know it is not right for people, you know, you cannot call a community happy or harmonious where the people have no problem killing each other. That is not peaceful living. And for somebody to come and try to explain that, in, you know, to try to justify that, that person is your enemy. If they are telling you anything other than what is happening, they don't love you. They are your enemy. They are your enemy. They are helping you continue to dwell in hell. Like I said, hell is bottomless. It is not white people that are doing this to you. Do you think it's white people shooting Ray Ray? Do you think it's white people that shot that FBG dog? In fact, that guy, these people, they videotaped it. I saw the shooting. Like, look, someone sent people, like I said, people send me stuff all the time. And I don't show these things. I cannot play them because it's ridiculous. I can't play all this stuff. But you would see silly people, evil people would come in the chat and try to make this seem like this is a game. As if, oh, if you talk about this, that makes you, you know, the bad person. No, sir or ma'am, you are evil and Satan is your daddy. You need to wake up from your evil deeds. What you're doing is satanic and devilish. The truth is not in you, and people can see it. You're not doing this to anyone but yourself. When you're vibrating, your spirit is vibrating low, you can never make any progress. You will just be up and down. 1 minute somebody tells you, try to make you feel good about your evil ways, and then you hear the truth, you get upset and become allergic to it. That doesn't change anything because you're going back to your miserable life. And even when you are out of this physical world, the torment that your spirit faced here in this world doesn't end there. It continues. So you're fooling yourself, you know, worshiping skin color. The white man cannot save you. The white man is not God. The white man is human, just like everyone else. So you better wake up and know that.
It's itself a crime. Being a black person, more things are illegal if you're black. It's always been like that. Black crime rate goes back. It's been high since the early 1900s.
Okay, so when a black person kills another black person, that's because being black is a crime?
No, because most people who are in jail are not in jail for murder. They're in jail for nonviolent drug offenses.
I'm talking about the murder rate,
because that's very rare that black people commit high crimes of murder. We don't commit murder like that. That is a lie.
That's a lie. Okay, and the black unemployment.
If that was the case, most black people would be in jail for murder. Black people are not in jail for murder for the most part. We're talking they're in there for non-violent drug offenses.
Actually, when I worked in the prison, this completely debunks what you're saying. Majority are there for violent crimes. Violent crimes up to murder. So what are you talking about? This guy acts like, look, black people are terrible at, even hiding their crimes. You look at even on social media or even in the rap songs, who do you see coming on social media showcasing their crimes? So it'll be hard for you to defend this because they themselves, they talk about this. They showcase this. So what are you talking about? Not only from hearing it, I've met so many who were like in the gangs, even they continue in the prison, they're in gangs, young men, like they'll be 22, 21, some 18 even, who are doing double lives, wasting their lives. Like these people, they're in their life without. This is a serious issue. So now you have a guy who he's got all these people following him. Instead of shedding light on this to wake the people up, you promote this. There's young men, literally, young men, tons and tons of them. These people are looking at life bids because of the things they did. All stemming from anger and ignorance. But you think to just try to gloss over it, that's going to help them? No, it's not like somebody told me this. I've seen this with my own eye. I have policed these men, young men myself. It's a lot of them. I was in fact shocked, because I look at the state that I reside in. I don't see that many blacks, but when I was working in the prison, my mind was blown. I'm like, man, is this where all the black people are gathered in? And these are young men. Young men. You see some who are old, and they would tell you, you would read their story. They've been there from in their 20s or younger. And in America, people, believe it or not, when they say you are doing life, they mean it. They really mean it. When that judge puts that on you, oh yeah, they really mean it. You are going down. You are doing that time. So this is a serious thing.
Wait. So, okay, the statistics that come out of overwhelmingly black cities that suggest a high murder rate are a lie, as is the statistics about the black unemployment rate. That too is a lie?
The black unemployment rate is high because
wait. You said
white supremacists control the jobs, so that's always going to be high.
Wait, but no, didn't you tell me that when Baked Alaska earlier said that the black unemployment rate is at a record low under Trump, you said that was a lie, right?
Yeah, because the black unemployment rate is high. It's always been high. The black unemployment rate has always been high.
Well, wait, but then are you or aren't you disputing Donald Trump's claim that it is lower now than when it was under Obama?
No, it's still high. What? It's high now. It's high. The unemployment rate is high. I mean, y'all can try to spin it any way you can,
but it's lower than it's ever been in history. I think is the point.
No, it's not. That's not true. That's more. I'm white, and I say so. But Jared, why? Why?
See, I don't get why any black person would want to argue for the position that Tariq. So anything that's supposed to elevate black people even a little bit, You guys realize he's arguing even against it to make other black people feel like, oh no, the white people are actually superior, you're less than. That's what he is doing here. Even when they say, no, the employment rate is going up for black people, he would argue against even that. I don't know what point he is trying to make. Like, it's like literally he's not even allowing any hope for black people. He wants to, push his lies so much, even something that would give black people that probably thought in their head their whole life that, okay, this is what the truth is, and people are pointing out, no, the unemployment rate for blacks is going down. That's hope for them to go look out. Maybe if they're looking for jobs, they can, go out there and look for it. But he's trying to shoot that down just to keep them in their condition. But this is what they call, this is the guys they refer to as being on code. He is not helping. He is literally convincing you that you are inferior to white people. That's what he's doing. Anything, like, people, think about it. He didn't say one thing here that empowers black people. He is going out of his way to convince black people to assume the inferior position. That's what he's doing. Just to continue, his race hustling. He's not telling them anything that's, to tell them, hey, look, you got the power, you can think for yourself, you can do anything anyone in this country can do. That's not what he's arguing. He's arguing for victimhood status for black people, even, numbers that are changing for black people. He would argue against that. That's pretty dumb. That's pretty dumb. But yet his followers think, yeah, Tariq is on code. He's speaking facts. The man is saying you are less than, and you're supporting it. And it's completely okay for you not to associate yourself with criminals. Just because the person is black doesn't mean if they are doing bad, bad is bad. Let them face their own, let them dance to their own tune. Whatever they are doing, that has nothing to do with you. But somehow, you hate the blacks who are not criminals, but you want to stand up for those who are criminals. This is the logic of these people. It blows my mind.
Why are black people so violent? Why are black people violent?
Okay, you want the answer to that question?
I do. I want to know the answer.
It's a combination of low average IQ and high serum testosterone combined with a lesser ability to defer gratification. Because the combination of low IQ and high testosterone, no matter what the race of the person, makes a man more likely to commit crimes, primarily of violence, but other crimes as well. Furthermore, an inability to defer gratification. And you can prove this if you take a group of white children, a group of black children, and you say to them, you have a choice of either 1 marshmallow now or 3 marshmallows a half an hour from now. Asian children are more likely to say, well, I'll wait and I'll get the 3 marshmallows. Then the Asian are the most likely, then comes whites, then comes blacks. Black children want that 1 marshmallow now, even if it means they don't get 3 marshmallows in a half an hour. That kind of mentality of being unwilling to sacrifice now for the future lends itself to a kind of smash and grab mentality that makes people more likely to commit crimes. So it's a combination of those 3 things. And you find
it doesn't have anything with being in a system where you're systematically deprived of things.
You guys have seen the white man, he's not lying. This, again, not only you see this, you in fact hear your average black person, not all at all, but most, they would brag about that. taking things from people, robbing people. They brag about that. And Mimi said, if you make 300 and now 600, what kind of job is that? If that's what you make, you need to improve. You go to something else. Unemployment is always temporary. Anyone that would choose that over getting their own job is pretty stupid, because that 600 is going to end. You rather just go get 2 jobs, at least build up, because not everybody is going to start, directly on the high horse. Life is stages. You start from one stage, you move to the other. Once you start, that's going to open up other doors. That's just what life is. Well, what? Oh, you're going to sit home, receive the 600, and then just like now, the federal government have stopped paying. They've stopped all that. So those people that were sitting enjoying that unemployment, what are they going to do now? So it's always just smart for you to make your own money. You can't rely on the government handing you unemployment. That's temporary. But I did read about that marshmallow test. I written about it when I was in the 13th grade. What the man is talking about delayed gratification. Somebody who, waits to get their reward versus somebody who doesn't have self-control. They want instant gratification. They are more, if you have this mentality of instant gratification, you don't want to wait. That means you don't have the discipline to work for the things you want and, save your money and wait. You have the tendency of smashing and grabbing. That's a hyena mentality. You guys see in the Animal Planet how the hyenas, they are scavengers. They don't go hunt for their own things. They wait till the lions get their kill, and then they come and try to steal. So, it's the same way. You guys have seen several videos here of Black people going in stores stealing. I've seen this with my own eyes in real life. I remember when I was brand new in America, one time I was, at the time, I didn't even know the dynamics of, the country whatsoever. And I was in a store, a clothing store called Ross. It was summertime. This huge Black guy, he was wearing this big, heavy coat. It was weird. It's summer. But I'm in the aisle with him, and I see this guy just stealing the clothes, putting it in his jacket. And I looked at him. He gave me the look like, you dare say something and see what's going to happen. But I saw it with my own eyes. Like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This guy was just there, like, stealing the stuff, putting it in his jacket. And I watched him. He just walked out. He just went like to the front and just walk out. And the little white lady came by, and I can see she saw him too. One of the Ross ladies, but she was scared to say something. I didn't say anything because I'm like, hey, maybe this is what these people do here in their country. I was new here in America. I wasn't about to get myself mixed up in that problem. It's not my store. But I've seen it with my own eyes, and now seeing it in videos. So it's nothing new. I'm not surprised by it. I am not.
Because Black people are systematically deprived of resources in every area of activity.
Then why are the violent crime rates so high in African countries as well? Why are they high? Why are they high in Haiti?
That's a complete bold-faced lie.
Okay, another lie. All right, sorry.
A week or so ago, the crime rate there is damn near non-existent. In many African countries, the crime rates are extremely low, so that's not true, sir. But
sorry, yet another lie, yet another white supremacist lie.
There's a lot of lies going on here.
Yeah, a lot of lying going here.
Okay, well, shit.
What's that?
Okay, let me ask you, Jared. If black people, if we do have a lower IQ and we can't defer gratification and health, you're making some very good points that the testosterone level has an effect on the brain based on the environment, and black people are just genetically, we're just born violent. What should white people do to black people?
To black people? Well, I don't think white people should do anything to black people. And I think that the races are better off living separately. And it sounds to me as though you would agree with that, insofar as white people are incurably white supremacist. Wouldn't you be better off with your own independent country?
Mimi, if you're arguing for saying McDonald's, if you're a grown person, and you're saying you can't find any jobs that teenagers go to, making that low money, then something is wrong with you. That's not anyone's fault. There is young 17-year-olds making way more than that, who have like zero job experience. They're making way more than that. So if somebody's a full-grown adult and that's the best they can do, hey, I don't know what to say to them. That's definitely on them. They need to reevaluate their lives. That's all I can say to that.
Away from the influence of all these wicked white people.
Every time black people do try to do that, the white supremacists come over there, take over the country, and drain the resources. So where are we going to go in a global system of white supremacy, Jared?
There's just no way out for you poor guys. Huh?
Where do we go? Where do we go that's not dominated by white supremacy?
Well, if you assume that the entire world, including the North Pole and Antarctica, are dominated by white supremacy, then you're right. You're out of luck.
But I'm asking a serious question. Where do black people go? If we're going to have an ethno-black state and ethno-white state, where can black people go where we will not be dominated by white supremacy? Where?
Okay. If you then grant that it is theoretically possible for blacks to have a country of their own, whether it's in North America or in Africa or in Haiti, then the proper solution would be to find some kind of division within the United States. And so blacks should have their territory where they can be whatever it is their destiny is to be.
But when
believe me.
When black people try to do that, the white supremacists destroy.
If they say blacks have to have their own state or call it country, I can assure you guys, Tariq, right there, will not be moving to that quote-unquote black country. Why would he? I mean, right now, like, he could literally move to the majority black area. I mean, he could start with that, but he's not going to do it. Black people know black people more than anyone else. Why would he? He's not going to do that because he knows it's not going to go well. He knows everything this man is saying, that's what would happen. He show up, whatever. If his house is nice now, he knows he's going to get robbed. He knows this. This is why he lives in a gated community. And I don't blame him for that. I don't fault him. Look, good. If you want to live, nice life, hey, I applaud you. But don't give other people this false idea that, the life they are living, all these miserable things, you're promoting degeneracy and criminality. That's the way to go. When you yourself, you're not living that type of life, that is a problem. But if you're only into listening and hearing what makes you feel good, then this type of things would make sense to you.
Oh, Jared.
Wait. No. In the case of Liberia, white people were very happy for the Liberians to establish Liberia. They helped them go. They did their best to make it a success. It was the Liberians who ended up making it not work. And when Marcus Garvey wanted to send his people to Liberia, it was the Liberians who told him, no, we're not interested in you, Marcus. We have our own little place here. We don't want you coming to dominate us. There would have been plenty of white people who would have said, Marcus, take your boys and go.
I actually read that in Marcus Garvey's book. Marcus Garvey was insane. White people stopped him. It was the black country, quote unquote, mind you, it was at the time Liberia. It was blacks from here that went there, they were in charge. So much for blackness, right? When Marcus Garvey was going to bring, he said, a boatload of other blacks from the New York area, they told him, no, he can't come. They're not interested in him bringing that mess over there. They didn't accept him. So Tariq, you might want to go read Marcus Garvey's book. You would see it right there. He himself talked about it. But he's going to say it's white supremacists.
Well, in Liberia, they just dropped off a bunch of people who had no connection with the land, and they didn't give them any resources. So that created a conflict. So you just can't drop off somewhere. They didn't have a connection with Liberia. You just drop people off who were born and raised here generation after generation and just drop them off into some random land and then say, okay, go at it. Of course there's going to be conflict. If you take white Americans, there's going to be a conflict.
No, I'm not talking about conflict. In fact, once the Liberians established themselves as top of the heap, there was a certain amount of conflict, but they established a country. And wait, what? And the white people were happy for them to go. The people of the American
dominated Liberia. They dominated the white dominated Liberia. They dominated the economy there, and they still do dominate the economy over there.
Of course, in your view, white people dominate the economy of the moon.
I'm just talking about facts, sir. They dominate the economy.
Tariq, that's not true. When they set up the country of Liberia, you could read in their constitution. No, like they literally read it. It's written. The only people that can be Liberian, the blacks put it there. It's only black people, no other race. And their economy was controlled by themselves, which in fact, for the first previous decades in Liberia, their economy was great. They were doing well. You could go see this. They did well for some time. So what are you talking about?
The banking, all of the resources over there, all through West Africa. So I'm talking real talk here. Where can we go?
Well, if you believe, you must have a very, very high regard for white people. You must think white people are the cleverest, most accomplished manipulators in the history of the world. White people are only about 15% of the population, and they dominate the world. They control everything.
Where should black people go? Where should you allow
don't you guys have like an entire continent called Africa? Isn't that?
No, that's dominated. He just told us. That's completely under the thumb of the white man.
I mean, where are white people supposed to go? I think that's probably better.
Europe.
Europe.
Go back to Europe.
That's been flooded with refugees.
It's not that. But the refugees are going there because you took the resources out of Africa over there. So where are we going to go? See, I want a solution. This is why this is white supremacy, the religion. There's this religion. There's no end. There's no beginning. This whole purpose.
Okay. Hey, guys, I think over here, see, when, like I told you, when it's him and his FBA people, they are FBA, they are American Aboriginals, Indians. But you see, with the white people, when they said to him, you guys have a whole continent, he didn't deny that, he didn't deny it. He didn't deny that they are Africans. You see this? People, you see this double speak here? He didn't say, oh, no. We're an Africans. We are original to this land. This is our land. Isn't that what they tell us? Some of them say they are Indians. This is what they tell us. But again, when it comes face to face to the white man just said, hey, you guys have a whole continent. He should have been like, what continent? The guy even said Africa. He would have been like, no, Africa is not our home. But he didn't deny it. But today, go listen to him. What he talks about. They are aborigines of this land. They are aborigines. But when he got face to face with the white man, he's not saying it because he knows what the white people would say. So this man is just playing black people.
Let's practice white supremacy into perpetuity, and let's pass the collection plate around. Because now we're talking about.
So is there such a thing as black supremacy? Is there Asian supremacy? Is it exclusive to white people?
You cannot have two supremes. That's a contradiction of terms. It's literally cannot have.
No. So no, I do have a question. You said that not.
Solution. What should be done with black people? I do not want to dance around that. Because
I told you. I think.
Where? We talking logistics. See, we're throwing out these open-ended things. That's basically rhetoric, but there are no real logistics behind it. Like, just go back to Africa. That's rhetoric. No, where can we go? Seriously.
Well, I don't have a particular part of the United States that I think should be set aside for black people. But I think if we started talking about race in a serious way, we would recognize that blacks and whites have tried to live together for 400 years, and it's not working out. So if this were a matter, it would be.
You are empowered.
Please let me finish.
I just want an answer. I don't want to filibuster now because I really want a real answer.
Well, I don't have a particular place in mind, but if we were to agree that that is the solution, we could certainly work something out. It would be not difficult at all. What?
Let's work it out right now. What should we work out? Where should we go?
Oh, there might be parts of the South that should be exclusively black. There might be, that would probably be the obvious place. I think the question of the details of where to go are less. What's that?
We've done that. We're black communities in the South and the white supremacists just go.
He doesn't want to separate from white people. You know how like you have a girlfriend who always talks about, oh, let's break up. And then you're like, okay, check this out. Now I'm serious about this. Let's break up, and you can pack your stuff and leave. Now you start seeing that, okay, she doesn't want to break up. She start coming up with excuses, filibustering, coming up with different excuses. Okay. That's how Tariq is behaving here. So he's literally admitting that white people are superior. He sees white people are superior. That's literally the argument he came to make. And you got these silly people in the chat saying he's on code. Are you serious right now? This is silly.
Go and destroy them. They just go and say, hey, a black person raped a white woman. Burn down. They've always done that, sir.
Wait. They have not always done that. Black people were sent to Africa with the blessing of the whites.
No, they weren't.
Sierra Leone, let me finish, please. Sierra Leone was started by freed black people who were freed by the British and the slave trade with their blessing. And they said,
because the British were fighting, they were fighting for the British, and the British set it up for them. Let's talk.
No, they were not fighting for the British. If the British found any kind of slave trade going on, they had abolished slavery within the empire in 1835. And if they caught people who were in a slaver ship, they would take them to Sierra Leone and they would say, here you go, you guys are free, make the most of it.
Freetown.
White people have what? Yes, Freetown. That's exactly the name of the place.
Why was it called Freetown?
Because they were freed from the transatlantic.
Can you guys believe what type of silly question he's asking? The man just said, these people, they were slaves and they freed them. They took them to this place in Sierra Leone, and he himself said, Freetown. Okay. Meaning when you get there, you are free. It's called Freetown. But let's see what type of Hotep Babel or meaning he's about to give this. He is like a scorned girlfriend, a scorned ex-girlfriend who wouldn't allow you to break up with her. This is crazy.
Of course. And the point is, they were given the blessing of white people to go and do what you wish to do. The same for decolonization. Colonization in Africa lasted from maybe in the mid 1800s to 1960, maybe a century's time. And when black people said, look, we're tired of being colonized, get out. The British left. The French left. Eventually, the Portuguese left. They all said, okay, you want to run the show? You can run the show. White people are perfectly happy for black people to be where they are and run the show.
You're not. No, then that's not true. You drop them off, don't give them any resources after raping them for centuries. Don't give them resources, then control their economy. You're not letting them be themselves. Just like over in Zimbabwe, just like in Haiti, they have trade sanctions on all of these.
Trade sanctions. Look, there is an enormous amount of foreign aid to Haiti and to Africa. What is this? You think this is a big lie too? You think that the billions that have been
Haiti, they rape the oil and the gold out of Haiti and drop off a bag of rice? That's foreign trade. That's rape, sir. I was about Haiti. I was just over there. They're raping Haiti. They're not helping.
There is no gold. There is no oil in Haiti.
Okay.
And
no
gold.
We're doing, I'm white, not say so.
If you were there and you found gold and oil, then you should be a rich man.
Sir.
Wait, why is there even... Wait, tell me, why is...
Mimi, you said, you see why I like this white man. Why do you think? I'm not saying I like or not like anybody. I'm just going by what is being said here. He's talking about things that are real, like even like he's mentioning Freetown, Sierra Leone. This is a country that I have direct connection to. You know, I'm talking deep connection by family. So the man is not lying. So you guys see how I have my Blackfoot Indian gene, right? So I know most people talk about Liberia, but you're not aware of Sierra Leone. So now you guys heard it here. I don't know why Tariq doesn't talk about all that. So he accepted that they are not Aborigines, but today they are Aborigines, okay? So maybe I can eventually trace to see if I'm an Aborigine of America as well. I'm working on it because Tariq was once African all the way to Aborigine. You know, maybe I can trace my ancestry past the Blackfoot Indians.
Is there even a penny of aid to any of these countries? Why would the white supremacists give even a penny of aid?
Because they took the resources out of them, especially Africa. In Africa, they drained the resources out of...
Wait. And they feel guilty? Why the aid?
By guilty aid, you put up a pretext of you doing something positive, but you're still raping the country.
But why would they even bother to pretend they're doing something good?
You take the resources and go in, you send the missionaries in and say, hey, look, I'm your friend, I'm bringing food. And the missionaries and the military, they always work hand in hand. You send them the missionaries first, and then once you get a foothold in there, here comes the military, taking the gold, the silver, the cobalt, the diamonds, and everything else. You will not allow black folks to have an ethno-black state because we're in a global system of white supremacy, sir. So it's just circular rhetoric, Mr. Taylor, sir.
Wait. No, so look,
you're practicing the religion of white supremacy. It's the open-ended white supremacy, sir.
What's the solution to this open-ended white supremacy? What's the solution?
If I knew the solution, I would be putting it on billboards right now. Black people have not figured out how to not be dominated by white supremacy. The problem is, you know what, unfortunately, a lot of black folks don't even realize we're in a global system of white supremacy. That's the sad thing. That's I kind of realize it, but I'm in the minority.
You guys remember yesterday, right? The guy that came here and said, oh, there's this white supremacy thing, and he explained how, you know, it's not for Africans to know. So it's always somebody like them. They're the only ones that are aware of this quote unquote white supremacy, racism, or whatever. They are the smartest. They're the only ones that know, but the rest of us don't know. The rest of us are just oblivious. And yes, Mimi, I'm very much aware of the Aku because I speak it myself. In Gambia, most people think that's what I am, but I'm not.
And this is why the white supremacists are so powerful.
Well, okay. Now, you realize white people are probably only 15% of the population of the world.
No, they're less than that. You're 8% of the population.
Okay, 8%. That's fine. And yet, this 8% manages to dominate the entire globe.
Yes.
How come?
Because the white supremacists were smart enough to use deception in a way that has never been used before. Black
Really?
people across.
Wait a minute. Did you guys hear this? Tariq argued with this man, telling him, white people are not smarter than blacks. And did you guys just hear what he just said here? Is this Tariq's way of worshiping white people? Like, what is going on here? Like, you're just saying that white people are smart. Like, what is happening here? Hey, I think he is, because he said white supremacy is a religion. Maybe this is the way he worships them, because this is crazy. So he's literally sitting here. Black people can do nothing for themselves. They're inferior. Like, not only in America, all over the world. No place is safe for blacks, even in Africa, everywhere. Because, quote unquote, he said 8% of white people are dominating blacks everywhere. So you're literally admitting, saying that they are smarter. But let's continue.
Across the planet, they've been used to this honor system with dealing with each other, and they have not realized that because most people, well, not most, the whole planet was black at one point. If we
really?
It was.
North America, South America?
Yes, absolutely. Look at the Olmec statues down in South America. Even in Britain, they just came out with a story talking about Cheddar Man was a black people up in modern Britain. So we dominated the planet.
The whole planet?
The whole planet.
Okay,
wait,
great. You have the whole planet.
Did you guys, are you, Tariq, sorry to interrupt, are you, do you believe the theory that you guys, black people built the pyramids? Is that true?
Yes.
Of course.
Who else built them? Who else built them? 3,000 years ago.
You believe you were Kangs? Is that true?
No. Who built the pyramids 3,000 years ago?
Well, as a matter of fact, let me answer this question.
Come on,
I gotta hear
this. Go ahead.
They have just done a set of DNA tests on ancient Egyptian mummies.
Mm-hmm.
They tested a set of mummies. Oh, now you're going to tell me the results were lies because they're white people who did it, and it's all white supremacist baloney. So believe it's just like crime rates. It's just like the unemployment rate. All white supremacist lies.
Get it out. Make it believe. Come on.
I don't even have to spit it out. You already tell. Okay.
No,
what they found was this. They tested mummies from between 1380 BC until 425 AD. And they found that the DNA of these people is very closely related to the ancient people of present-day Israel, Jordan, Syria. That these were Middle Eastern people. Today's Egyptians, which I don't know if you would call them black, but today's Egyptians have some black admixture, but that admixture showed up about 700 years ago. The people who built the pyramids were by no means sub-Saharan Africans, and that has been clear for years.
Even the paintings, the statues, all of it has shown that they were, even over in the so-called Middle East, where you say they originated from.
I thought Tariq was indigenous to America. People, you see what I was telling you? If you want to debunk a black man's bullshit, a black person's bullshit, put them in front of a white person. This guy is literally worshiping these people. So, I mean, like, really, like, they like to say, oh, it's the sub-Saharan Africans that built the pyramid. Are you serious right now? Hey, I wasn't there, but I could literally tell you that they didn't. But you can believe what you want.
How come there are not 3,000-year-old structures in a similar manner there?
Well, why should there be? I mean, it just happen that the
And
ones
you're
that
trying to say a group of people left where they came from.
no, I'm not saying they left there.
Went to another country, built up all these structures, and didn't do it where they were from.
Well, they did it where they happened to be when they had the resources and the idea to do it. Of course, within the Middle East, there were these enormous ziggurats and the Babylonian hanging gardens. They had quite an accomplished civilization there as well. But my point is,
now you got pyramids down in Ethiopia and other parts of southern Africa. You have stone structures, but in the Middle East, you don't have 3,000-year-old statues even remotely close to what was in Egypt. So this whole theory that they were building stuff in Africa that they didn't build in the country of origin makes.
I'm not saying it's the country of origin. The point is they are genetically similar to the people of that area who built the ziggurats and the hanging gardens and the Colossus of Rhodes and all of that sort of thing. Those are the people.
The so-called Middle East, that was just another satellite of Africa. All of that stuff was controlled by Africa. These were Black African people. So that's just what it is.
Okay.
Tariq is debunking his own argument. If he's saying these people didn't build this where they came from, so if the blacks that built the pyramids and they moved to sub-Saharan part of Africa, they have the knowledge, how come they didn't build the same things? You wouldn't find anything close, look like a pyramid in sub-Saharan Africa. So that completely destroys his own argument. Because if they had the knowledge, how come they didn't do it in, where they quote unquote moved to? Or even do something similar or close to it. This is things you got to think about, It's not just for feel good, because feel good is not going to get you anywhere. We just got to go by what is factual.
And so you're telling me that the entire globe was dominated by Africans, and they had this honor system by black people. Yes, black people. And they had this honor system. They were trusting, wonderful, simple friends of the earth. And then along came these white people, and they, although they're a tiny minority, they tricked and hoodwinked and deceived them into a status of inferiority. Is that your view?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
100%.
Wow. Now, where did the white people come from? Were they created by?
Did you guys hear what Tariq just said here? He just admitted that blacks are dumber than whites. Whites. Because if somebody can trick you into assuming inferior status, you must be pretty dumb. So he just said blacks are dumb, literally, without even saying it. If you listen to it, that's what he's saying. So blacks were just there. They were docile. They were able to build the pyramids. But this group of people just came and tricked the blacks into, becoming inferior. That's what he's saying. This is some real logic. Wow.
By a guy on Patmos, Yaqub. Did Yaqub cook him up?
I look at it from a scientific standpoint. The white supremacists came out during the Wormian Ice Age. This is when the people who are classified as white now were depigmented because they were in the Wormian Ice Age and they lost the melanin being stuck in the ice. And the nose became alkaline, the lips became thinner.
Alkaline.
To protect the neck because of the heat thing. So there's a scientific reason for it. Not to say anybody's inferior or superior. There's scientific adaptations to the body that causes people to become depigmented. So that's what.
Okay, so there were black people everywhere, but white people. Now, then, where did white people appear from?
Came from Europe. They came out of Europe during the Wormian Ice. After the Wormian Ice, the white skin people fairly. Even scientists say this. White-skinned people, the story came out today in a European publication saying that white-skinned people really is about 6,000 to 8,000 years old, relatively new.
Well, that could very well be. But so the point is, all of the people up until 6,000 years ago were basically black people.
Yeah,
and then this tiny number of whites appeared, but they were so clever, so diabolical that they now dominate the world.
The white supremacists were the ones who came down and intermixed with other people. They had to come up with a system of white supremacy in order to survive because they realized something. And really, white supremacy really started dominating 500 years ago. Because remember, when you guys were going through the Dark Ages in Europe, it was actually...
Is Tariq really serious? I know you're thinking, unfortunately, he is. He does sit on his show and make a straight face, you know, just spewing what he's spewing. He's dead serious too. And there are tons and tons of black people that are buying this. I know some of you that watch him probably are surprised that he accepts that they are from Africa, because that's not what he's saying today.
Black people called the Moors, who came in there and brought in civilization and ushered in the Renaissance era to save the Europeans from dying. You almost died out because of the plague. So it was the Moors who came in there and ushered in a new era. That's why they have a saying, thank heaven for 7-Eleven. That's because the Moors came in at 7-Eleven. So the Moors helped create universities and all types of things there. But when they got the Moors out, this is when white supremacy started happening. So there's a direct correlation between the Moors and white supremacy.
Okay, so until the Moors came, now the Moors came all the way up to Poitiers in France in 732, and they were beaten back there. They were stuck there. But hold on. But until they showed up, there was nothing on the order of a civilization, nothing like a university, and without them, there wouldn't have been any of that stuff. The Romans, for example, or the Greeks, for example, they were just penny-ante folks who just didn't have any kind of civilization.
You know, it was all of Rome.
Or maybe they were all black to begin with.
No. When the Romans were a fixed mulatto race, just like the Greeks. They were a fixed mulatto race. Well, this is why Greeks and Italians, they weren't considered white until fairly recently. There's a reason why. Wait. And Napoleon had a saying, Africa starts in Rome. So that meant that those are really mulatto people. So we're going to talk to
we have.
So black people, those of you that buy into this Tariq's dumb logic. So literally, if what he's saying and that's true, if that were true, then he's telling you, the black person, that we are so dumb that once we control the world, we quote unquote supposed to be smart. And then there's this group of people that showed up after the ice melted, you know. One hand, he's saying they don't have civilization, but another hand, they just came and dominated the whole world. Like, I can't make this up. I'm just sitting here. I'm like, what is going on? This is unreal. You see how he's laughing? Tariq he's not serious about this. He is cracking himself up because he's thinking about the black people that are already buying into this. That's what he's laughing at. I can totally see him after this debate, you know, going back there, cracking it up with Peanut, his wife. This is wild.
We have statues of Greeks and Romans. They don't look the least bit mulatto to me. Am I cross-eyed, or what's my problem?
Those statues are built in the 1800s. You have statues at museums that don't have a scratch in them. That's supposed to be 2,000 years old. That's ridiculous. Those are forgeries. Many of them
forgeries. Oh, so the white supremacists came up with these forgeries to convince themselves that the Greeks and the Romans were white?
Absolutely. I didn't say that. No. Didn't say that.
Okay. Why were they? Who forged them and why?
They whitened them up a little bit more later on down the line. Because again, Greeks and Romans were not considered white until like the 1920s and 30s. They didn't consider them white for a long time.
Okay. So
that's why they call them guineas. Let's go back to the guinea thing. That's why they would call Italians guineas.
We have a common question coming up in the chat again that I need to address. So they're asking if these industries there's many industries that we see that are not dominated by white people, and people are giving the example of Hollywood is mostly run, the news media, by Jewish people. They're talking about the NBA, you know, is mostly African American players and things like that. So how can you say that everything is white dominated when we see some industries like Hollywood or the NBA that are clearly not white dominated?
They are, because the people you're saying that's Jewish, they're still white. Religion and race are two different things.
So, well, No,
Yeah.
there is.
The Jews completely differentiate themselves from white. This guy is not making sense at all. Good question. The NBA, the NFL is dominated by black people. You know, most part of the entertainment, singing, and all that. I mean, it's changing now, but you talk about the rap game, dominated by black people. So, what is Tariq talking about? But somehow he's gonna make excuses.
Racially Jewish, like Ashkenazi is a
Still
race.
white. Still classified as white.
Well, so what all is classified as white? Because earlier you were saying, oh, the Irish might not be white, other people, but you think the Jews are white?
There are white Jews. There are white Jews. Not the Jews are white. There are white Jews. Jew is a religion. You got jet black Jews.
Well, there's also a racial factor to it, right?
No, there's no racial factor.
So why when you do a 23andMe, why do you get Ashkenazi Jew? Why does that come up in
I don't know what that is. I don't know what the DNA thing is, but I want to know why.
Well, I'm telling you that it does come up.
You guys see why? You guys understand? There's so many people running around here telling you about their DNA results, right? They believe in it. They said this is what the white man said. But now, when a white man presents and said, here is the result, there's these people's DNA. Now, all of a sudden, the DNA has to be questioned. You cannot take, most of these people serious. You cannot just move the goalpost, when it fits you. It's like, this is stupid. You literally just saying stupid stuff just for the hell of it because you think you want to win an argument. That is silly. This is how most of these people speak. This is funny to me when especially people come in my chat. They think they are in a battle with me about who's winning on that. Like, I don't operate that way. It's about facts. So you can, try to say whatever you want to say, arguing like a woman, because, most women, not all, not all, but most, they want, they don't care about what is true. They just want to feel like they are winning. I don't know what they are winning, but hey, that's a whole different topic. When, I do the next topic about, Afrodamus, the love doctor, that's completely different. But that's what he's doing here. He thinks he's just arguing for the hell of it, just to try to win. He's going to throw whatever on the wall to see what is going to stick. But he's making himself look silly.
Why do they classify themselves as white? The Ashkenazi Jews, why do they classify themselves as white?
I don't know. That I'm not Jewish. I don't really know the answer to that question. But the point is there are different industries that are not dominated
I want to get on that
whites.
White thing because there are Jewish people who are white. You have Jewish people who practice white supremacy too. Like in Israel, you go to Israel and there's black Jews who are being discriminated against by the white Jews.
So is there white supremacy going on in Israel?
Yes, because they're trying to kick out a lot of.
Man, any black person that listens to Tariq, you will forever be a victim. Like, for a black person, there's no break as far as Tariq is concerned. Everywhere you go, you are the inferior one. So black people, us, we cannot stand up for ourselves. We can't do for ourselves, according to him. It's like, I mean, this is crazy. Like, what group have he mentioned that black people have a chance against? Like, literally every group you speak of, oh yeah, they're oppressing blacks. Oh, like, what the hell? Like, zero chance for black people anywhere in this world, according to Tariq. But people are buying into it. And what about himself? How is he making it? This is crazy.
African Jews.
Look, there's white supremacy everywhere in the world. We were told that white supremacy dominates the planet.
Japan, for instance, is 98.4% ethnic Japanese, I believe.
Right.
How is Japan run by white supremacy?
Well, they control the economy. And they can.
But there's no white people there. How could they control the economy if they're not even there?
Well, white people in many African countries, and they control the economy. You control directly and indirectly. Just like Haiti, they got trade sanctions on Haiti. There are no white people in Haiti, but they control the economy. That's how white supremacy runs.
I mean, it sounds like black people are pretty weak if they can't control their own country.
Ding, 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 ding. I agree. We are very weak.
Oh, we're agreeing. Okay.
Collectively, we haven't figured out that we're in a global system of white supremacy. I'm one of the few people who have.
Guys, have you noticed? So Tariq, in his argument, it seems like he is there to to convince the black people who are going to be watching that black people are weak. Why is he trying to go out of his way to make black people believe that they are weak? You see, he said, ding, ding, ding. So all black people are weak, but he's the only one. Him and a few others are the only ones that figured it out. They are so smart and they're genius. They figured it out. But the rest of the black population are weak. They don't know that, they're supposed to be below whites. Why does he want to promote black weakness? Why is that so important? So he's just fabricating stories to make black people believe in their heads that they are weak, because that's how he makes money. This is pathetic.
I figured this shit out. I'm sorry with my language.
And so
we've been in a vegan state for a long time. We are.
So what is your best solution? I know you said you haven't figured it out, but if you come up with something, what you would do? What?
I would execute the solution. I would tell people.
You would execute white people?
What?
You said execute. What? Who are you executing?
Okay, I execute the solution.
Oh, okay.
Solution. Do the solution.
I would do the solution.
Right. Yeah, I would do the solution. I would do the action, whatever it takes to educate people. Oh, let's watch the word.
Okay, go on.
But as far as the NBA, it's the teams are owned by white people, so they still dominate the players. So
no, seriously though, people, did you just hear this entire argument? Tariq, his whole point is to try to convince black people of being inferior. This is what he is doing. You see how excited he got? Because the man is saying, okay, if this is the argument you're making, then that means black people are pretty weak. It's a rhetorical question, but he took it as a statement and ran and said, ding, 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 yes. So this is to tell, why would you want to convince black people that they are weak? Like, why? I think I know why. Someone wrote, he said, he has plantation fetish. I think so too, because he's always talking about the plantation. He's talking about buck breaking, like, it's pretty weird. Like, this is not empowering to black people to sit there. You are in an argument trying to say white supremacy exists. You are not making any point that is showing to say black people are capable. His entire spiel is to convince black people that black people are weak. This is stupid.
And someone else in the chat also asked a question. They said, if white people dominate and love mistreating black people and all this stuff, why would they still let them exist? Why wouldn't they just terminate them? Like, why these white supremacists that you're talking about, why wouldn't they just wipe all the black people out?
Because you will not be able to practice white supremacy then. You need black people here to practice white supremacy.
Wouldn't the ultimate white supremacy be just it's all white people? Isn't that the white supremacist dream?
That's no fun. You need people to mistreat. That makes
like, I remember I watched the original debate on this, and I believe Tariq edited out many parts because there's parts where they debunked his idea where, you know how they always say, oh, it's black people in America that fought for Africans to come here. He edited that part out there. He did not put up that argument where they were talking about, if there's white supremacy, how come Nigerians in America, are doing so well? They, better than even white people. They argued that point also. So he edited that part out. There are several parts that he edited out. I went through YouTube to try to find, the original video. This Baked Alaska, they censored him out of YouTube, so I can get the original one. So he edited this and put it up, and you can't even download it. Maybe the software that I used, I was trying to download it, but I couldn't. So that's why I'm playing it directly. But he edited out a bunch of, talking points, because I was looking for the part where they gave the example. How come, Nigerians are here proving themselves and other Africans proving, doing even better than white people? So I think to continue his talking point, he edited those out. Because I watched this debate, quote unquote, live, because they were like, okay, how come we allow Africans to come here, do well, have citizenship? He tried to say, oh, it's Barack Obama that did that. So that means you're trying to say Africans weren't here before Obama. Like, I've been in America way before Obama became president. Like, well before that. So a lot of these things these people talk about, like, reflects you know what it is. So it doesn't make sense, because Obama only became president like in 2008, I believe. So that's not that long time ago. But I wish I can find the original debate. But Tariq edited most out of it because it no longer fits his narrative. So he had to remove the African part because they want to continue the narrative that they're the ones that helped the Africans to come here. But you could have heard between him and the white man, he wasn't saying that. That's what I'm saying. If you want to hear these hoteps tell the truth, put them in front of white people, because he cannot make the argument with the white man, because he knows the white man knows the law and the history of the country. So that's how the man shut every argument down. But I don't blame Tariq, because if somebody wants to feel less than, and he's coming arguing for that, and the people that are listening to him see no problem with it, I mean, shoot, why won't he continue? He's literally sitting here arguing that black people are weak and inferior. I don't know what point he's trying to prove here. But yet, when you point this out, you are the coon, sell out, you are all these things. It's as if they are addicted to being abused or something. Or being called a victim. Like, you're not gonna get anything out of that. This is sick. This is literally sick.
You're a white supremacist. If you got rid of all the black people, you start killing each other just like you did in Europe. You need black people.
Okay. Now, see, tell me this. Are white people uniquely evil? Then, I mean, that sounds like an awful, terrible thing to say about any group of people. That we need people to kick around. Are white people uniquely evil?
White supremacists, they need black people to kick around and non-whites. That's the only thing that gets a white supremacist up in the morning, the desire and the ability to kick around people who are non-white. That's a religion.
But
you
don't
even have a solution. To ask you for a solution, you start talking in circles. There's no solution. Like I said at the beginning of the show, I'm going to prove that white supremacy is a religion. I have proved it. It's supposed to be practiced to perpetuity. There is no end game.
He's trying to fast talk them. I hope, hopefully, like they still are on. He's gonna give him more examples. Even though I know at this point, anyone that's honest, this man is not making any sense. He's trying to fast talk the guy, because see, when people, like, have you noticed when you're talking with someone and they are presenting a case, quote unquote, that doesn't make any sense, they would try to yell, scream, or fast, or talk fast, because they're trying to confuse you. But the white man is not moving an inch. He is focused, because that's how I do too. When I'm talking to somebody, you want to fast talk me, I just focus on what the topic is and what my last question was. You got to answer that no matter how fast you try to talk. I'll let you do all your rambling, and then I'll bring you right back to that question. So that's what he's doing to him. That's an intelligent way of communicating with people, because fast talkers, they tend to lie. If you're not paying attention, you're going to miss out, and they will distract you and move you onto, other things, so you can forget about the previous topic. That's what he's trying to do.
Okay, well then why are you even fighting it if there's no solution to this thing?
Because anytime you're mistreated, there's no solution for you. No, you don't. The white supremacists don't have a solution. See,
we do. We so-called white supremacists do. We just want to separate. We just want to separate. We want to be left alone.
We want to separate. We've tried that and separate where.
Let's try it again. Let's try it again. I thought it succeeded.
Where you can't give me a place where we're going to separate, where you're not going to interfere. Where can we separate when the white supremacists are not going to interfere and just
wasn't it black people that were marching and fighting to go spend their money with the whites? They call it integration. So that movement that they talk about, this is what they try to say. Oh, we helped you Africans. No, these people were fighting. We've seen pictures, we've read stories about them, people going into the white restaurants. That's where I drew the line. I'm like, why would I would never fight, a restaurant that doesn't want to voluntarily serve me. I would never force somebody to serve me food. They can do all kinds of stuff to that food. Hey, if you do not want to serve me, you don't want to take my money, I'm happy to take my business elsewhere. So the whole thing doesn't make sense to me. That movement, quote unquote, you talk about, Tariq, you guys have already done that. The integration movement. But you see, he starts the argument, and the white man is like, cool, we're happy to separate. But he doesn't want that. Like I said, it's like a scorned girlfriend you're trying to get rid of, but doesn't want to leave. So he's literally here making, showcasing, convincing black people and other people that black people are weak. That's what he's doing.
To our own devices. Y'all haven't done it. Don't let it happen.
But I think Liberia and Sierra Leone are good examples, but you don't like that. Okay, but look, I do think this is significant and interesting that you genuinely think that we white people, we would.
Audrey, I totally agree with you. That's one of the stipulations also they put in that, they were fighting for, so they asked the white man for his restaurant, his stores, and they even asked for the white woman. The white man is like, sure, you can have the white woman too. And that's, you guys see his wife Peanut, she's not a regular black chick. Her mama white. That's why somebody's silly in there talking, oh, I just Googled and saw his wife is a bit darker. She has to be ghetto. Only a ghetto chick would do this. She know if Peanut comes around her, she would want to fight Peanut because Peanut is light skinned. So I don't know who you're fooling. Yeah, they did fight for, dating the white woman as well. So I don't know why people are pretending like we don't know what that quote unquote civil right was all about.
Would just what's that? Okay, white supremacists. But you're not sure how many of us really are white supremacists, but there are enough of us to run the world.
Yes.
To run the world. We may be a minority, but we white supremacists are so smart and so clever and so diabolical. We run the world.
Yes.
Now the people. Okay, so these very, very powerful, important people in the world, they need to have black people around to kick around. Is that right? That's what they live on.
Yes.
That's what makes them happy. That gives them a reason to exist, is kicking around black people, even though they're probably millionaires or billionaires, and they probably never see a black person in their entire daily life. But they need to know that they're at least out there so they could kick them around if they wanted to.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to clarify that.
Well, what?
He can't even answer that with a straight face. Literally. He can't answer that with a straight face. There are white people who have enough money, plenty of money. If that's their goal, they can literally afford to buy their own black people to kick around. Why would that make anyone happy? This is silly. This is to demoralize black people, psychologically, to say there's people who have this power to just kick black people around. Last time I checked, slavery is no longer in existence. It's over. Black people have been free for almost 200 years. Why is Tariq promoting this type of, trying to foster this mentality in black people? Because see, when somebody keeps saying this to you, it makes you feel inferior. So he's saying white people have so much power, they can just, they just look forward to waking up to kick you around. What kind of mess is that?
Well, what about the European countries that have, a majority white, or Japan, like I said earlier, they're not really pushing black people around.
Japan?
Yeah.
No, they're not pushing black people around because they're not white supremacists, but they're controlled by the white supremacists. They're dominated by white supremacists.
But then
where do these white supremacists meet? Where's their secret headquarters?
Yahoo message boards. That's one of the places. Reddit, 4chan.
Are you trolling Tariq?
Good question. I think Tariq might have been trolling these people and also to send his message to convince black people that black people are weak and inferior. He can't be serious. I mean, there's no way he was being serious here.
Also, a lot of people in the chat have accused you of. Are you trolling here? Are you being serious?
Y'all know I'm dead serious.
He's serious. Yeah.
Okay.
But see, then I do have one last question. Then I can leave.
Okay.
Okay. In a country like Iceland or say Denmark, no black people, practically no black people. Wouldn't they be much better off if they imported several tens of thousands, maybe 1 million or so black people, so they could kick them around? Then wouldn't they be much happier?
But maybe the people in Iceland are not white supremacists. Maybe they don't want to do that. Iceland, they never colonized any African countries. They never done that.
Okay,
But
so you grant the possibility that there are at least some white people who don't want to kick around black people and who are perfect. What's that?
Yeah, there's a lot of white people who don't want to kick around black people. I won't say most, but many white people are not white supremacists. I said that throughout the whole program here.
Okay, but somehow,
in their body. The last thing they want to do is harm a black person or anybody. Unfortunately, they're not as powerful as the white supremacists who do want to harm black people and other dogs.
Why are the white supremacists the ones who are so smart and who are able to rule, whereas the nice white people are unable to rule? Why is that?
We would like to know that too, and that's the problem. The white supremacists are smarter than the non-whites, and they're smarter than the white people who don't believe in white supremacy. I will give you that.
Did you guys hear that? Tariq just literally kept contradicting himself first because he's trying to get this guy. I don't know if he's really convinced, to say, quote unquote, this guy's white supremacist. He's going to come say ignorant stuff. It's not going to be based in facts. But first, he want to argue that, about, oh, white people are not smarter than blacks. But look at what he's saying. He said, well, the white supremacists are smarter than the regular white people and black people. Like, does this man even know what he's talking about? But people are buying into this.
I can see that. The white supremacists are very, very smart. And I learned that years ago, being around white supremacists and just really talking to them. I said, these people are pretty damn smart, and I got to give it to them.
Okay, who are these people? I'd like some names.
Well, I don't know. I was with a tour guide in Samoa. It was a white dude. And I was talking to him, and I realized he was a white supremacist based on some of the little coded.
You see, Miko the Great, I'm glad you pointed that out. But, earlier there was like these silly people in the chat, saying that, oh, I'm the one that believe, worshiping the white people. This man literally is worse than the KKK. He's just telling you that you are inferior and the white people are above you and they're smarter than you. He's literally saying this. Imagine, like, if you didn't see his face, nothing he has on the hood, you would have accused him of being a KKK member. His spirit, I think he has that KKK spirit in him. I think he secretly probably hates black people. Because there's no way he has any love for black people to convince them of being inferior and being less smart than whites. That's exactly what he's doing. This is wild.
Words he was saying about the local people, but he was very smart, and it really dawned on me how smart white supremacists are and how they get their hooks into certain societies. Because he went to Samoa and he had sex with a lot of the women there and had different children so he could own land. And I'm like, that's some smart shit. These white supremacists figure out all types of diabolical ways to get stuff. And that just really dawned on me how smart they were.
Wait, so this tour guide was diabolically smart, but he's making a living as a tour guide in Samoa?
In Samoa, and he had all types of land and the whole thing. So this guy was living, like, he's living in a tropical paradise, chilling. And he's just a tour guide talking about butterflies and leaves. And I'm thinking, but every time, you know what? Every time I would ask him about the race of the people and all that, then he would play dumb. See, that's another thing. The white supremacists know how to play dumb when it's convenient.
I see. Okay. Well, back to Alaska. It's about 8:30 now.
All right. So right. Why don't we have Jared go ahead and give your closing statement, and then how you think this went. I think you guys agree maybe on something. I mean, Tariq, would you call yourself like a black nationalist?
No, not a black nationalist.
Not black.
I'm a victim of white supremacy.
Guys, no, seriously, like, why are you listening to this guy? This guy literally spending his time trying to convince black people that they're inferior and they're victims, because you guys saw how excited he was when the man's just literally, the guy is asking a rhetorical question to him. He took it as a statement. He said, bingo, oh yes, oh, black people are weak. Why are you trying to convince black people of being weak? Less than, not smart? Like, is he trying to be a KKK? Why doesn't he want black people to be free? This is wild.
Okay. Because I know I've seen, Jared Taylor. He's had pictures with Jesse Jackson. He's actually talked to lots of African American leaders in our country. I don't know if you knew that, but hopefully you guys can have some common ground somewhere. But anyways, Jared, go ahead and give your closing statement, and then you can go ahead and pop off, and then we'll do a little with Tariq.
Well, no, I just find it fascinating and very edifying to learn that people like me apparently rule the world, and that Tariq Nasheed has such a high opinion of whites that he believes that this tiny, tiny handful of folks have managed to dominate and rule the world for their own gain and for their own advantage. On the other hand, I'm still a little bit baffled by the idea that these people who are so smart and so powerful that they can run the world, nevertheless, their purpose for existence is kicking around black people. That I find a little bit difficult to believe, but if that's the case, then I suspect they're a bunch of real twisted and perverted folks. And I wouldn't suspect that people that twisted and perverted are that smart so that they can dominate the world by just their tiny, tiny numbers. Also, I still don't understand why it is that although white supremacy presumably depends on the notion that blacks are less intelligent than whites, anybody who actually talks about this gets cast into outer darkness. This, to me, is yet again one of these weird inconsistencies about America as a white supremacist country. But I'm very pleased and gratified that we got Mr. Nasheed to put his views on the record in such a clear and uncompromising way. And it's been a pleasure to talk to both of you. And I'm sorry that I can't stay longer, but I wish you a very pleasant and productive evening.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right.
Let me do my closing. I got to get out here and get the
Yep. So, first of all, did you enjoy your time on the Bake Alaska show?
Yeah,
I know me and you have had a history back and forth on Twitter, but I am now suspended from Twitter. So the secret white supremacists, are banning people like me and Jared Taylor from Twitter. Well, wouldn't we get to stay on if white supremacy is in charge of all these companies?
And not really, because see, you guys people are dying around some of you guys, man. That's the problem. There's people getting killed, and these companies are going to be on the hook for so many people getting killed, and they let you guys spew that rhetoric online. So these companies have to cover their ass, even if they're white supremacists themselves. You guys are going to another level.
They don't only got to cover their ass; they got to wash their ass.
Wash that ass. You dig?
Yo, can you say people have been requesting in the chat? Are you we just want a sound clip? Are you able to say the phrase "we was Kangs"?
No, I'm not saying that bullshit.
You're not. Do you know what? Are you familiar with the meme?
That's all white supremacist meme, and we got another one called "We was Aryan Gods."
Wait, that's a white supremacist meme?
Yeah, we got one. We were Aryan Gods.
We was Aryan Gods. Okay, fair enough. We was Aryan Gods, and then your version is.
Yeah, you know what it is. But
anyway, all right, go ahead. Do your closing statement.
Yeah. So anyway, like I said, I was going to prove that white supremacy is a religion, and that's exactly what I proved. There is no end. There is no beginning. It's supposed to be practiced into perpetuity. When I asked Jared Taylor what's the solution for all the low IQs of blacks, he danced around. There is no solution. I asked him, what is the solution for black people? Where should we go? He could not give me a place. He kept talking about a white ethno state and we should separate. When I asked where, there is no solution. When we talk about the violence, there is no solution. And again, that just proved everything that I said what I was going to prove, that white supremacy is a religion. And we have to replace that religion with a system of justice.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Nasheed. And one more time, so tell people how they can follow you. Just a tidbit about your movie and sort of what your next things are what you're gonna be doing in 2018.
Yeah, you guys go get my movie. I know a lot of white supremacists listen to you, but I know y'all like good movies. 4movie.com. That's my new movie that's out.
So at the time, this was his movie he did about for Haiti. So he was into Haiti. So now he's against Haiti people. Obviously, you guys see Tariq laughing. I don't think Tariq really believes this. This is like a hustle. He's literally making a mockery of, the people that listen to this BS that he spews out. I mean, like, what grown man sits there and happily said, "Oh, I'm a victim"? Like, is he serious? But this is what people are buying into. This is what they're buying into, as far as Tariq is concerned. But ladies and gentlemen, that was Tariq Nasheed, the king of the victims themselves. So that brings us to the end of today's show. I'll see you guys tomorrow or the next day. I'm out.